Good evening and happy Thursday. You found us here at Texas Card House, Austin, Texas for some TCH Live 2-5 no limit hold'em.
Aaron, I'm putting in 10 for you.
And we are about to get started here.
Put in 2 blacks.
See a lot of the players seated. I'm William Waddy, aka the New York Knit, with you this evening.
I'm going to represent Innovations tonight, bro.
I think we're still okay. I believe we are getting going with a bomb pot, $10 PLO, I believe. Great to see all of you in the chat this evening. Be sure and hit like on your way in. Hit subscribe if you haven't already. We get a Queen 9-3 rainbow flop. Let's see who's got what. We got Tillman. See, Jordan's got a top pair, top kicker. Looks like everyone's checked. I saw a 9 somewhere. Who's got a 3? Gio's got top trips. So he's going to be loving that turn. Jordan has gone ahead and made it 70, which is full pot with his queen. I don't see Gio going anywhere. He does put the call in. Over to Tillman, who's just going to go away, having very little. Jordan needs a miracle river. Does not get it. In fact, Gio fills up here. 3's full of 10s. Basically bottom boat. We'll see if he goes for value here. Once it checks over, he can feel like he's good, and Jordan will instantly fold.
No, it's been a while.
10, a pretty lousy river for him. Also, we got Ben, we got AA Ron, the voice of Monday TCH Live. We got Dave, we got Colby, we got Jordan. I see production just pinned a link in the chat. So we got a little survey running about online poker. Click that link, fill out that survey for us. I don't actually know anything else. I've glanced at the survey once. That's all I know. Poker Monster, thanks for the sub. If you haven't subscribed and you're in here, hit that subscribe button. Wesley saying hi from Topeka. Kansas is one of the few states I've never been to. Ragnar Rover B, hi there. Poker Monkey. Captain Underpairs.
Hey man, what's your name?
Hey, I'm Wesley.
Wesley, Aaron.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
See, Flint is ace-4 off. Wesley going to make it 25 with the queen-9 suited. Tillman just flatting those 10s in the small blinds. Going to play it as a set 9. We're going 3 ways to the flop here.
Yeah. But sometimes having the 2 cards right on top
8-7 deuce, so that is an overpair for Tillman. Still comfortably ahead here. Backdoors for Dave, backdoors for Wesley. We check through, and Wesley's going to get there with the queens.
Thought you really had to love it.
Checks over to him now. See if he goes for some value here.
See those 2 mics right there? 45.
He goes $45.
Yeah, I wouldn't admit to anything.
Tillman just going to fold that second pair. Dave folding as well.
You want something to drink, Jordan? We got a bunch of stuff over there. Also, Wesley, all that's fair game over there.
Oh, amazing. What'd you say? I don't play holdem. Primarily play show.
Yeah, I think we're getting a super early look at the VPIPs, where you've either played all the hands or you've played none of the hands at this point. Profion saying it was kind of risky to check the 10s. The thing is, you're often checking over to the pre-flop raiser once you decide to play it as a flat. Wesley making it 35 with the ace-jack. Gonna get Gio to call. Gio is pipped right now, holding only an ace-10.
Aaron, I'm trying to give you softballs on Monday.
Aaron want to go with that baby ace.
When the stream was down.
Oh,
And we go heads up. See if the case ace shows up on this flop. It does not. Queen 9-9.
yeah, that was pretty annoying.
Which,
I hope that
You know, talk about flop lag. We saw Queen 9 just a
supposed
hand
to be
ago.
driver problem, but
Ace Jack still ahead and continuing for 30.
I played in this once before and then went down like an hour in. So it's been a bummer.
Gio gonna float
yeah, we've definitely had our fair share
over and back doors.
of technical issues.
And that king will give both players a gut shot. And will also likely give us a chop here.
We did a graphics update, and then, or like there was a new version, and it had a new package and everything, so we were using that. And then
105 from Wesley. See if Gio can hang on here.
program or operating system, some sort
Getting
of
dice
interaction
here.
between the two where it kept trying to revert back.
Is he going for a raise? He's going for a raise.
Everything up, and then we just permanently reverted back to the other
Makes
version.
it 305.
Okay, but then
And
there
this
seemed to
may
be, like,
work.
some sort of driver update that wasn't then compatible with something because it kept crashing the whole computer. Like the stream computer that puts everything out to YouTube was working fine, but the
It
computer
does
behind
work.
this
He makes the
kept
fold.
crashing. And so that happened 3 times on Monday night.
Gio deciding to go
They
for
said
it
that
and
they
getting
supposedly
rewarded.
got the drivers updated or whatever.
So far, so good for him this evening. Hey, Skullbone, how are you doing?
I didn't watch the
Thanks
whole
for
thing,
that.
so I don't
Happy
know, but
birthday.
as
My
far as
birthday
from
was
what
8 days
little
ago.
pieces I did see, it seemed like it was running fine.
I'm old.
Yeah,
But the good news is I can be president now. Poker Monkey saying less than 3 days to the mug. That's right. The Chat Pro Meetup game up at TCH Dallas happening this Sunday. I'll be up there. I think Aaron was going to be up there. I don't know for sure. I imagine Pez and Carlo are going to be there. They're running that. And like I said, I'll be there. I'll be there for the Saturday tournament up there as well. As we get a raise from Wesley with the ace-queen suited. Tillman calling with the king-queen suited. Or no, Tillman 3-betting to $40. Wesley going nowhere. Out of position, you certainly could. Queen 10-10 will give both players top pair.
You can play a bunch of that.
Tillman going to continue. Wesley probably feeling okay. Not a lot of 10s in the 3-betting range on this board where there's 2 of them. Wesley going the check call route.
Yeah. FT is the
Deuce of clubs on the turn. Massive brick.
the art of poker. They're 30K.
Check, check, and now 10 on the river. So we're going to chop if this gets the showdown. 10's full of queens for both players. And Wesley let that turn. Quick call from Tillman. And chop it up. See Padawan Kristen gracing us with her presence in the chat, firing the gamble.
It happens.
Is AA Ron at the table? The famous AA Ron. Yes, that is Aaron McAvoy. You can usually hear him on our Monday programs here on TCH Live. Out of the table this evening.
You from Austin here, Wesley?
No, I'm visiting from Seattle, actually.
Okay.
What was that? Yeah, I guess so.
Bad. Tired of my eyes burning out of my head. I'm not gonna fuck about my car being green. I'm dying from the what do you call it.
Heard somebody mention Seattle. I actually lived there for a while. Jacks for Tillman makes it 35 and won't even get past one player. Jordan has the ace-king and goes for a small 3-bet, makes it $90. Tillman electing to flat. We go heads up to the flop. Little coin flip here. And Jordan gets his ace on the flop. Tillman with backdoor spades. Jordan with top pair, top kicker. Jordan continuing, and Tillman just getting right out of there.
I was sitting
Yeah, as long as you certainly don't have a hand
constantly
in
I was
then
at 800 at one shoot. I went over to the round of each with 120 in front of me and brought it up to 12.
Ragnar, I hope Aaron breaks his stream curse. He's due to have a good session on stream.
Ran it up.
Maybe I'm the curse. It seems like every time I'm back here, he gets roughed up.
Yeah, Straddle has to start in front of him. Unlimited amount and
On Thursdays I'm not on. I'm usually busy and not watching the show, so I can't speak to those.
Or club. I bet the dude went all in.
I know the ones that I've been here for have not gone great recently. But downswings are part of the game. You see Gio raise it up with the ace-4 of hearts. Did Tillman really just flat 8-3 of hearts? Interesting. Surprising. Jordan has put in a 3-bet. Looks like 115 with pocket queens. Back-to-back premiums for Jordan. And I don't think he's going to get any action here.
where do you usually start? Or where do you
I've been drawing to the 8.
So how is everybody doing in the chat tonight? Wesley wondering if I did a keg party for my birthday. No, I did not. I don't drink. I definitely don't do kegs. And, yeah. What I did do is I did play in a mixed game last week. I actually booked a win. Usually I run terrible on my birthday. Like every time things go wrong. But not last week. Last week it went okay.
Not for an actual basketball player.
Aaron making it 35 with the queen-5 of hearts.
Oh yeah, was it good for publicity? Yeah, but was he very good?
He's looking to play some hands. He's looking to steal some blinds. Just going to take it down.
You get us a present for what? AR plus?
T Mattress wonders why do I sound like Brian Windhurst? I don't know. I don't know what he sounds like. Rick F., I don't know the full list of people who are going to be at the Chet Pro Meetup game. Apart from myself, I'll be there. I think Aaron's going to be there. Hopefully Carlo or Pez show up in the chat to elaborate. You see Colby's made it 15 with the ace-10 of spades. Gio defends the big blinds with not much, and the flop is not much for either player. C-bet likely to work for Colby, and it does. Donnie's saying, I don't drink, I don't smoke, what do? I play poker. Really, I play tournaments, which is, like, that's definitely the higher variance route than cash games. People want Sippy Cup to show up. Don't think that's going to happen, but we do have a good lineup here.
You holding on to your singles over there? Are you holding on to your singles or are you
Good lineup, just not good cards. Blind versus blind. 10s for Tillman. Bumps it up to 60, it looks like. See if Jordan defends that straddle with the Jack 8. Jordan came to play. Jordan's going to call. And we're going to go to the flop.
where do you play up in Washington?
Fortune?
And no sweat for Tillman, or at least not much sweat for Tillman. He has top set, but Jordan does have the open ender.
Bummer about Washington State Poker is
So he's got a bit of a sweat.
Everywhere? Like it doesn't
yeah,
matter?
max bet. Buy-in
But no overs is good news for him.
Oh, okay. So it's a capped match.
150 gets called, and now Tillman fills up.
Yeah, they got rid of that.
Check, check. Ooh, the 7 gives Jordan a straight. He may find himself in trouble here.
$300, like, by a big
Tillman going 225.
300, 600, 900.
Yeah.
And Jordan raises and gets snapped off. Yeti caller of the night right here. Jordan drew dead, and he got there, unfortunately for him. Tillman going to get the stack. Jesse's going to count it out.
Yeah, it was handled over on the turn.
Good to see you in the chat, Sharon.
I got stacked on the bomb pot first hand. So
Yeah, the podcasts about the cheating. That's some really wild stuff. I heard part of it. Then it was time to like go eat and come here to do the show. But that was that's pretty wild. Like I'm clearly not doing poker the right way. There's people of seeing shamans and having frog poison or something. I mean, what? Carlo, I see you in the chat. How are you doing? Looking forward to that meetup this weekend. I'll get up there for the Saturday tournament, and then I'll hang around for the meetup game on Sunday. Some people in the chat were wondering about that. Maybe you could fill them in on who's going to be there, since I don't have the whole list. And you can go ahead and plug the details of the meetup game as well. I've already forgotten the time on Sunday, but there is a Chat Pro meetup game happening, TCH Dallas, on Sunday, and I'll be there. If you happen to be in the Austin area this Sunday, we also have our WPT Steps tournament, a monthly tournament where you can win a seat at a WPT main or a seat to a WPT main. Just one step. Play the tournament, win your seat. If I weren't going to Dallas, I'd be doing that. TexasCardHouse.com for complete details there. Rio Grande Valley location has their Steps tournament on Saturday. If you happen to be in the southern part of our great state. Okay, that meetup game is 2 o'clock at TCH Dallas. That's the answer.
You ran it up. It was like shortly after you ran it up here. And then you ran it up at the lodge. And then I seen you on Hustler.
I think I just saw the 9 Triz get folded,
$1 million swing. I was like, holy shit.
multiple people had $1 million.
Is this a straddle?
which is fair when Under the Gun opens to 25.
$5 raise?
Yeah, that key guy.
Dave is dominated, holding just King 10.
Whoa.
He goes for the call.
Whoa.
What stakes was it?
Ludo. Welcome aboard, Ludo. I've seen you before. Holding the TJ Cloutier, the Jack 9 of clubs. We're going to go 3 ways to this flop. Jack 8-3 with the club is going to be pretty good for Ludo. 4 of diamonds won't change anything when this checks through. Ludo betting $45 now, and this probably gets the job done, and it does. Mo the Cat wondering, why is it that intelligent people such as myself, thank you, somebody actually called me intelligent, Go with the argument that when I'm here, this guy runs bad. When it's my birthday, I lose. Like I am aware of variance. I also am aware of when variance happens, which happens at interesting times.
Stanley. I was watching it live that night. When it was going down.
I have no idea if there's any stream plans. It sounds like no, according to Carlo. Maybe next time we make that happen. I bet we could get a fun table going. Colby having some fun. 6-4 of clubs. Relatively early position. Just going to take it pre-flop.
Betting on 5.
See how many of you have found your way here at this point. Over 200 of you right now. Nice. Be sure and hit that like button as you come in here. I see about a quarter of you have. Dave going to limp in with the King-9 of diamonds. Jordan going to pounce on that, holding King-Jack offsuit, making it 40 from the small blinds. King-10-4, looks like Dave did call. King-10-4 is going to give both players top pair. Going to be unfortunate for Dave, who is dominated. Jordan is going to make it 60. Dave going nowhere with top pair. But then Dave gets there with the 2 pair. Kings and 9s for Dave. Jordan does have a gut shot. He will fire out an $80 bet and get raised by Dave. Dave made it 200. Jordan snap calls. To the river we go, and it's a 4 of hearts. So Dave gonna be good. About 2/3 pot behind if Jordan's stack is right. If I'm Dave, I just go for all of it. If you can tell Jordan's stack size, looking at the and seeing that he's juggling the black chips. Dave has put out a chunky bet, $300. Jordan tosses out those 3 black chips he was holding. Kind of see the bad news. Unfortunate for Jordan. Shows you how quickly it can all go wrong in this game of Texas Hold'em. Not a lot he could have done about that first hand against Tillman. Here, and you know what? It's pretty tough to fold when you have a lot of misdraws. Victor Ortiz, thanks for subscribing. Rick F. wondering, what's the pricing for TCH Austin? So, there's 2 components to the pricing. There's the membership dues. You can get a daily for $10, a monthly for $30, or a yearly for, I think it's $300. Don't hold me to that. TexasCardHouse.com for complete details. Then you have your club access fee, which is what you pay when you're playing. Cash games are $12 an hour. Tournaments, you pay a flat fee when you first enter the tournament, and then you're good to go. Now Dave with the Steam Dola #1 to follow up that lucky turn makes it 30. 8 of spades, 8 of hearts. scared away that 9 triz.
Here's that.
Over to Aaron, who defends big blinds with the Jack-9 of spades. We're flipping a coin, and the 8s are ahead on the 6-6-5 flop. Dave liking the overpair. Aaron quickly folding. Dave showing. Aaron inspecting the cards for some reason. Oh, that's a rough beat, Poker Monkey. Aces versus a flop straight flush. I busted an online WSOP event last fall. Like 3 from the money. I had aces, and I had the club, and it was an all-club flop. And then there was another club on the turn, and he had a straight flush. Always fun when you both get there. Colby getting a walk. Shuffle harder. Let's get some action cards. It's been 2 whole hands since we've had a cooler.
You got that table too.
Oh yeah.
But I'll share
Nah,
it.
don't worry about it,
Will
man.
that work? We can reach behind it.
I don't want this guy backing up into it.
I had a fun one from the mixed game yesterday. I played a mixed game yesterday some other place where I flopped the nuts and somebody backdoors quads on me. It was some Omaha variant. I forget which one.
I'm going to the stream. I don't have a couple. You got
I need it.
It's like, that's no fun.
Is this like 3 inches higher than every other poker table?
Oh shit.
Like a standard stream table.
Ben waking up with some kings, going to 3-bet over Ludo's pretty late raise. And Tillman's call. Now Aaron with the ace-jack suited. Is this a 4-bet? This is a 4-bet from Aaron. Unfortunate timing here. Makes it 320. Dave quickly folding 2 of Aaron's royal outs. Now Colby with the same hand as Aaron. Ace-jack this time in diamonds. After the cold 4-bet, I don't think you can continue here. And he does fold. This is going to be a situation where Aaron takes the bullet for him. Colby may have done the same thing if Aaron hadn't. Now back to Ben. He could call, or he could shove, and he does shove. And Aaron's going to fold.
I figured it was, but I had to
Calling also viable, even out of position, given that stack to pot would be so short that you could easily enough get the rest of it in.
Is that worth? Is that worth? That's worth the.
Mr. Automatic Live, thanks for the sub.
adding 400 back.
It's not worth the 3. If he
Keith Didion, I'm watching poker now. Yeah, you are watching poker now. You're watching TCH Live. And we thank you for choosing our channel to watch poker on. Like to think we have some pretty good poker. Jedi Master Ted, I think I should clarify. Like, what I meant was, if Aaron had folded, Colby might have put in that 4-bet. Or he might have called drawing pretty thin. But when Aaron puts in the 4-bet ahead of you, you just muck it and you don't lose any money. It's actually one of the ways that you can run good in tournaments sometimes, where you have a hand that you think you want to put some money in with, and then
In the game,
crazy stuff pops off in front of you. And it's like, okay, my hand that I thought was pretty good isn't actually that good. And instead of going broke, you don't go broke. Darren wondering if Alex Optional ever plays the live stream. I don't think we've ever had him on our show. I have met him. I know who he is. He's a
Is that on
Twitch
Monday?
streamer.
Yeah, TJ.
Don't think he's based in Texas, but I know he's definitely made it down here for some tournaments. Down here to Texas. Gio has made it 80 with a mystery hand. Pretty big raise over a couple of limps. By a couple, I mean 3, I guess. Tillman set mining with the 5s, one of which is in Ben's hands. 3 ways to a flop. Queen 10-9, so we got a diamond draw for Ben's 5-4 of diamonds. Gio now checking. Queen pairs on the turn. We don't know of any heart draws, but that is a second draw. See what Gio has here. This is a pretty wet board. Gio makes it 90 and gets a bunch of holds. Perhaps Ben concerned that his flush is no good if he gets there. So Mons, I'm wondering what game you're playing where you're getting more action than here at TCH Austin. So you got a lot of action here.
Okay. Sweet.
Type login, wondering how we recover from bad beats. Just get up, back on the horse and play. And eventually the variance comes your way. Jordan made it 15. Couple of calls. Jordan double dominating these players. Queen 9 deuce. Gio did hit his kicker. His bottom pair of the best hand. We check through. And another queen on the turn. Gio now feeling emboldened to go for some value. And gets a bunch of worse hands to fold. Sean Riki, thanks for the subscription. Thank you, Ted. I realized you were probably messing with me. Sometimes, though, what I'll do is I'll play the straight man and just sort of take it seriously.
One way to get conversations there.
That's my shtick. Ben with the Jack 10 of diamonds. Perfectly fine hands make it $35 over what looks like a $10 straddle. Ludo folding some better diamonds.
You ever go over
That
to
is the
Canada?
power of raising.
No, I've never played up there.
Jordan going to defend with some much worse diamonds, the 8-3.
I don't know. I was curious. if
Very
it was close
brave
enough
here.
that You could go and check it out.
No, I've only been
Bravery
up there for,
not getting
for
rewarded on this Queen 6-5 flat.
spots, but skiing is a little different.
And Jordan folds before Ben even gets the chips out there.
No, I haven't. I only started playing poker a few years ago.
Nick from Yuma, hi there.
I think they have a big series going on now.
Good to see you. I feel like it's been a bit since I've seen you in the chat. Hope you're doing great.
Oh, yeah, I hear it's a great scene down there. Okay. No, I'm here for work, and I tacked on like an extra 2 days to hang with
Nice to see all the familiar faces here. Be sure and hit like on the way in as you're filing in here so you don't forget. If you hit like, then YouTube says, ooh, people enjoy this. And then they show it in more people's recommendations, and then
depending on how well you do it.
they come in and they watch, and we all get to make some more friends.
So the healthier you are, the bigger
And Wesley making friends with a couple of ladies here, making it $35. Ludo defending, button, $35 call. Tillman going to call with the nines. And Ben waking up with some kings. And he flats! Ben going for the trap. Let's see how this works out for him. 4 ways to this flop. A 9 is going to give Tillman top set. Tillman, delighted, but not showing it, is going to check, and Ben's going to check to the pre-flop raiser. This could get wild. Wesley going to continue for $70 with his overpair. Ludo does have a gut shot. And he has 2 overs. So he probably doesn't hate his hand that much. He makes it 220. Music to Tillman's ears. We'll see if he goes for the 3-bet to just end it now. He does. He just stuffs it in, looking to end it now. And Ben is going to be feeling sick. Ben holding kings. Watching it go, bet, raise, re-raise, and he's just going to fold the kings.
What's the total?
And now Wesley in a disgusting spot.
Is that 5? Thank you.
He has the overpair. He has all the overpairs here.
Does that one work?
What do you do if you're Wesley? Tell us in the chat.
I don't know, because like this one's supposed to go on that wall, like doesn't work.
And everyone folds. I can understand Tillman going for the shove there.
Come on, no queen of diamond.
There's about a jillion turns he doesn't want to see there. He's basically not wanting to see half the deck there. Not wanting to see a straightening card, not wanting to see a diamond. So he shuts it down. But yeah, folding the queens, definitely defensible once you see a raise and a re-raise behind you. One pair is usually no good. Like that's either a better made hand, like top set, or any set, really, or it's some kind of high equity draw. Like imagine Ludo had the Jack 10 with the diamonds instead of just 1 diamond. Ludo getting right back on that horse, though, making it $35 from the cutoff, and Aaron going to defend with a much better ace, the ace-10. And both players will flop an ace. Aaron will have a gut shot to go with his better kicker. Ludo continuing for 25, Aaron going the check call route. King pairs on the turn. We're going to get another chop, aren't we? Aaron does have the free roll in the form of a gut shot. Ludo making it 45. Aaron clicking it up, I believe, making it 105. We're going to call. Deuce on the river, chop it up. If we get that far. Aaron making it 300. And he faded the snap call, so he's pretty sure it's not a king. Ludo does make the fold, so Aaron gets him off a chop. Calling to chop is always a gross proposition. Your pot odds cut in half. Mikey D, if you have like more specific actionable feedback on the cameras, I'm sure production would love to hear it. Feel free to tell us how we can improve in the chat.
Yeah. Let's see.
I don't actually know very much at all about
Floating boat casino.
how our cameras or how our streaming setup works.
Yeah. Okay, so that is the same place. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When I went there, they were doing a whole fucking redo of the land-based thing, and so you
Oh, I
had to
see
walk
Moose
through all
Duty
the
in there.
corridors.
How are you
plywood
doing?
and shit to get to the boat.
Like it's been a little bit since I've seen you. Talking about the Bryn Kenny
Yeah.
meal plan, yeah, that's just insane stuff. We see Ludo with some jacks now, 3-betting Colby's open. 7's probably just calling here, getting reasonable odds to try and flop himself a 7. He does not, but Ludo does flop a jack, so Ludo with the hammer lock on his hands. Middle set. Ludo looking for some value here. $65. See if Colby decides to not be a believer. The problem is this is a great flop for a 3-better, and Colby does fold. Mo the Cat decided to take the time to run the equity on that hand where Aaron had the ace-jack versus the kings that 5-bet ripped over his 4-bet, where apparently Aaron would have had $2 worth of EV to call it off. That said, as Mo also points out, you don't know your opponent's exact hands. You could just be screwed. It could be aces. It could be ace-king. It could be a hand where you're in a lot of trouble. So against his range, he's doing pretty bad. And the other question I'd have for you, Mo, is did you account for the dead cards? Because we did see another ace-jack hit the muck, which would be really unfortunate for Aaron. As we go to a flop here, this flop has an ace, which is going to be good for Jordan. Check, check. 7 does not help Gio's cause. Jordan will win if it gets the showdown. Jordan betting and getting the quick fold from the air ball. Yeah, Nick, the crappy things in poker seem to happen far too often. Let's not be crappy. Let's play a game and let's
You gonna be playing all the
just try and play well and not screw people over.
Yeah, I think I might just be doing main event. And
And as a Long Islander, I hold my head in shame at the Bryn Kenny allegations. We're not all dirtbags.
oh yeah,
There are some good ones. There are some good Long Islanders out there. I hope I'm one of them. I know there's some other ones.
I have not made that determination yet.
Colby decided to get a little spicy. 3-bet over Aaron's open. Aaron going nowhere. Aaron flopping an open ender.
Also, Paris is right next door.
Aaron's 5-4 connecting on this ace 7-6 flop. Colby with an air ball, but with a range advantage. He can certainly have all the good aces. And he will continue. makes it $85. And Aaron, unlikely to go anywhere,
3 greens and 2 reds.
holding the open ender. He does elect to just call. At 9 is 1 pip too many. Does also put up a third diamond, which neither player will enjoy. Also, the 8 is now no good for Aaron, as Colby has picked up a gut shot. Colby now checking it over. See if Aaron goes for it. Does go 2/3 pot here. And this will probably work. Does get the fold. Aaron with just 5 high, knowing he has 0 showdown value.
What is?
Recognizing that turns better for him than for Colby. Cards at 5-12. Hope you're doing great. Jedi Master's Head claims that there was a variant of 5-card draw named Unethical. I would love to know the rules about that. I mean, like if that is an actual game, that wouldn't surprise me because like I've played some pretty stupid games in the mix that have some somewhat stupid names. Nick from Yuma coming in with the needle. Am I more ashamed of Bryn Kenny or the Mets postseason appearances in the last 5 years? Definitely Bryn Kenny. At least the Mets weren't cheating. Allegedly. Allegedly cheating. Don't sue me. Aaron going for a big raise up to 90 over 2 whimpers. And Dave's ace jack of diamonds just calling from the button. 3-bet also viable. Tillman calling with the 7s, going the limp call route. And now Jordan getting insane pot odds is going to feel priced in to take a flop. We do that 4 ways. And ace 9-4 is going to connect with a couple of these players. Jordan with middle pair, but Dave with the whole world top pair and nut diamonds. And it checks over to Dave, who is undoubtedly betting this. Makes it 250. Jordan's the only one who could consider calling. He does correctly fold. You feel priced in with a hand like 10-9 offsuit. The problem is there's so many flops where you're not going to be able to continue.
I think we might have played together. I recognize
But hey, Jordan likes playing hands. Look at his VPIP, 40%.
someone who also on that stream a year ago. The one time I went
Like we see there, he flopped a pair and he had a fold to a single bet, which
Are you from Austin? He's like,
never a fun thing to do.
like, okay, cool. It's definitely the same game.
Poker Monkey wondering who's Bryn Kenny, what's the deal? I think he's still the all-time tournament cashes leader on Henton Mob. I don't know if it's still him or if he's been passed, but he's a high-stakes player, and some people on Twitter have accused him of various acts of cheating. And you can read all about that online. I don't know much about that high roller world at all. We see Dave 3-betting with some Judies, some Jiggities, some hooks. Then defending with his ace-4 of hearts.
You gotta like
And
the Suns, man.
we'll go to a flop.
The Suns are still so much better than the Pelicans.
And would you look at that? Ben has flopped the wheel.
Win 3 of the next 4.
Dave gonna continue with his overpair.
I would love to play more.
See if Ben just plays this as a flat.
Yeah, they said,
Last time, and it hurt.
I'm Ben. I probably just flat here and let Dave keep firing.
I didn't catch a single.
Let him
one.
keep firing an overpair.
I made one day two, and busted like 50 before the money.
Instead, he does go for the check raise up to 350,
Yeah, it was,
perhaps trying to get some value out of the diamond draw before they get there. Neither player actually holding a diamond. Dave gonna call. And stack to pot is a little bit under one now.
so I got the Celtics, who I feel real good about.
This 4 on the turn is probably gonna kill his action.
The T-Wolves, who
Dave now losing to any ace, any 6. Ben is gonna rip it in. Trying to say, I got it.
flip is great for a 7 seed.
And Dave gonna show the jacks.
yeah, that was gross, dude. I can't believe that.
We were all in. Yeah.
Thought those were heading for the muck, but they haven't yet. He is thinking about it. Disgusting spot. Ben's saying, I have a straight. Question is, does Dave believe him? We can see the cards. It's a lot easier when we
They
can
like
see the
bounce
cards.
up. So like, I was at the table, so he like tries to slam them on their backs because he knows that he's behind, right? They bounce up in the air and then on the faces, right? And just straight.
The real deal at the end, after the first off, I should have called for another ruling. But the first ruling decided it was my fault because my cards had my argument.
Dave is going to make the correct fold. And gonna collect a decent pot here.
So
But the guy was out to lunch.
the guy was out engaged.
Alice, sorry to hear you're not doing well. Hope you feel better soon.
Called for a ruling. The ruling was and then I talked to somebody else.
This sounds awful. I hope I can fade that. I've had the chicken pots before.
That the money
I hope I can fade the shingles.
pre-all should be awarded to the remaining player.
While you're enjoying
One-liner to the straight.
my, speaking of the word call in the Long Island way,
Anyway, the biggest needle on the way out was the fucking dealer who puts out the turn of the river.
hopefully we provide you a little bit of a distraction.
What fucking way do I want to see? I looked at him. I don't remember my exact response. I don't remember my exact response, but it wasn't.
Then gonna just let with the ace 10 of hearts.
It was like the ultimate needle on the way. The other funny thing, I haven't seen that dealer Magic Mike.
See if he can find any action here.
Magic. No, I think I've seen him there.
Anyway, he hasn't dealt with it.
Wesley with a mystery hand, gonna make it 45.
Yeah, I think if
Tillman defending pretty light here with the 5-3 offsuit.
as you should.
Wonder if there's been some kind of
I think
misread.
if I think something during May, I'll go out. I'll go out for longer, but
Ace 8-6.
I mean, I think
Top pair for
I
Ben.
fire quite a few
Tillman
bullets
with
in
the emergency 3 of diamond draw.
there. Yeah.
Turn's gonna pair the 6.
But like hands
Answer
down, I
checks
still
the run
love
the
it.
flop.
If you want peace, I can.
And now gonna continue for $75. See what Wesley does here. We don't know what he
Then,
has.
yeah, I need to look at the schedule again.
Why
but I
is
feel
it
like
enough?
It's actually a fairly decent couple of turns.
I imagine either an ace or a diamond of some kind.
Yeah.
And river is a jack. So Ben's kicker no longer playing. Does go for $100 and Wesley quickly folding. Yes, I'm going to be up there on Sunday, Alice. I will be up there for the meetup game in Dallas, the Chat Pro meetup game. I think that starts at 2. I'm sure Carlo or Pez are floating around in the chat. You could ask them for full details.
Just walking into the room and seeing
And thanks for putting that together, guys.
Wait, was that your first year playing last year? Oh, sweet, yeah.
No, man. The Nets aren't going to do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely could. I mean, Ben Simmons is going to help them.
I went out with a hand
AA for AA Ron. Makes it 35.
But like his is so energizing for that entire team.
You know, like you're starting.
Wesley calling with an ace. Tillman calling with the 8-4 clubs. Jordan, a believer in the 9 triz, gonna defend. Hey, it's suited. Five, 4, 4, spades. Tillman has outflopped AA Ron. Tillman with trips. Aaron feeling great about this flop, gonna make it 100. Tillman going for the trap. Gonna make it 100. The 3 on the turn is gonna give Aaron a gut shot. Aaron makes it 225. Quick call from Tillman. To the river we go. Harmless looking 10 of clubs. Tillman gonna be good. See if Aaron goes for a 3rd street of value here. Aaron reaching for chips, and he's gonna. How much was that bet? He got snapped. Aaron made it 500. Got snapped and tossed those chips Tillman's way. Ace is cracked.
Supposed to let me know you have a 4 by going all in.
Type plugin for the most part, I stick to poker. Look at these winnings. Tillman, the big winner so far. Running really great. Ben Wasso with a nice size win so far. Great to hear. Great to hear you guys are all over the details on the Meetup game. Did not have the whole list of people behind that, but thanks to all of you organizing that. Even if I don't know that you're organizing it, I'm glad to know that you all are. I'll get up there on Saturday, play that weekly Saturday tournament up at TCH Dallas, and then spend the night up there and hop in the Meetup game on Sunday. Thanks for coming by, Garza. Be sure hit the like on the way out.
Say what?
Thanks for being here. Fixture of the Austin poker scene.
No, it's the next hand. Okay, I bet he had the 6.
Yeah, left the Rio
You saved mine, man.
was weird about it.
I mean, we'll find out.
Like the parent.
No action there.
Valley's now
Mo wondering if Tillman might have left $1,000 on the table there, not jamming that river.
Yeah, like
Still says Valley.
Problem is what calls you. Maybe aces call you,
okay, maybe they haven't changed the name on the
but
front.
Tillman might have an image to where he might have an image to where Aaron might smell something's up,
Oh, okay. So maybe they're
as that turn
later
did
on.
complete some straights.
It's already been rebranded as far as the
So like you're getting called by a better 4 that he somehow has, but there's only one of those left in the deck. And maybe you're getting called by aces. But I can get behind trapping. maybe spraying it on the river. Because the thing is, Tillman has underrepped his hand as we get a queen jack 4, all spade flop. Nobody has a spade. Jordan has an open ender. Tillman has middle pair. Tillman continuing. Jordan calling. And Jordan getting there with Broadway on the turn. And Tillman check folds what is one of the very worst turns in the deck for him.
How could I not?
I'm gonna add on 1,000.
Nice hand, by the way.
See what I have when I told you?
Carlos suggesting a bounty on Pez. That would be amusing.
But you still need the 5 to get there.
The 5 comes from the river.
Yeah, it does.
35.
No, it's 35. 10 call.
Wesley makes it 35 with ace 10 of clubs. Gio calls. Jordan squeezes with a queen 10 of diamonds.
It's 100.
Z folds, Kobe folds. Back to our initial raiser, Wesley. This is probably too good to fold. He's going to make the call. Ace 10 offsuit, I probably fold. Suited, you call. And Gio calls. And we go 3 ways to a flop. And there's the ace, giving Wesley top pair. Not much for the others as it checks through. 5 of spades doesn't help anybody. Wesley's $150 turn bet, getting no action. Allegedly, Pez not going to bluff the entire meetup game. You got to bluff sometimes, though. Even I bluff. I'm the New York Knit and I bluff. Carlos suggesting folding aces pre-flop. Don't do that, man. Unless you're against me.
Oh, okay.
At Barrage, good to see you in the chat, buddy.
Fucking right.
And then I was literally in the back right corner, all the way.
Yeah, that is a cool room. I like it.
King Queen of Hearts for Tillman. He's had a good night. Gets another good starting hand, makes it 35. Dave calls with 7-5 of clubs. One of my favorite of the lighter hands. Wesley calls as well. 9-4-3. Gut shot for Dave. Heart draw for Tillman. Tillman going a little bit over pot with his C-bet. Makes it 130. Got to make it hard for ace high hands to continue. When you have king high, you don't mind if ace high folds, which it just did. Poker Monkey, we're counting Pez being a maniac on a 130 stream. Hey, you know what? Some people will play one way on stream to get action off stream. Chris Davis, thanks for subscribing. Folds ace is 20%. Problem is you don't know the 20% of the time that you're going to get cracked. Dave making it $30 with the the queen jack rather. Colby calling with the king 3 and Gio with 2 queens. How big does he go? Looks like 150. And this should conclude the hands, and it does. BCF is tilting at Streamlabs, a gamble game.
Coming, and then they were still good. To my kicker,
That sounds like you're in a 41 race out there, right? That's gonna be awesome.
Snipe Login says GTO is 18.12% fold. Now, I like your typo better. GTA is 18.12%. That's a very different game, though.
he raises it, by the way.
Tillman with the suited connector makes it 30. Jordan calls, Dave calls.
No, they're gonna do a Formula 1 race right down the stretch.
3 plays to flop.
I think it's 2 years from now.
Ace 7-3 is going to give Tillman a spade draw. Going to give Jordan top pair. Could get some action here. It's a statistical coin flip between the two of them. Tillman makes it 65. Jordan unlikely to fold top pair. Jordan reaching for raising chips. Trying to end it before the spades get there. Makes it 165. Snap call for Tillman. 5 of diamonds on this turn will give him a gut shot. It will give Jordan 2 gut shots. And the queen of spades will give Tillman a flush and the best hands.
Tillman's world, and we're just living in it. Nice hand.
I guess it went check, check. We see Tillman quickly turn his hands over. Karma wanted 6 on the river. Yeah, 6 on the river would probably see Jordan get stacked again, and Jordan's had a rough go of it. So let's not torture him. Let's let him live. You know what? People complain about tanking in poker. You're not getting any tanking from Tillman tonight. Tillman very, very decisive tonight. Wesley making it 75 with some 4s. Most likely to have a 10-25 straddle. Jordan with ace-10. Going to defend that double straddle. Heads up to the flop, and Jordan gets rewarded with top pair. Wesley makes it 55. Jordan going for the check raise. Makes it 125, and his 4th pair is going to find the muck. Jordan not interested in seeing turns tonight. We see him throw the dealer one of those $2 tip chips, those purple chips. Those are not in play in the game. Those are just for tipping. You can also tip with the cash chips here. White chips $1, red chips $5, green 25, black 100. I don't see any pinks on the table, but those would be 500. We also have the $1,000 orange blacks that we see once in a blue moon in this game. And ace 10 of clubs for Aaron in this double straddle pot. Makes it 70. Colby with a suited ace. Not as good. But does call. And Wesley with the jack 10 of hearts. Great hand to take a multi-way flop with. Tillman with fours. And do some set mining. Jordan with jack 9. Hey, there's other players here. There's 5 other players here. Ben's going to call. Same reason.
What are you guys doing?
I stand after you, Paul.
Well done on clearing out the field, Aaron. 6 ways to the flop. Texas heads up, as our friend the Poker Traveler likes to say. King, Queen, 5 gives Aaron a gut shot. Gives Colby a spade draw, 2 spades there. Wesley with the open ender. Jordan with the gut shot. Something for half of these players. Colby with the most equity holding the nut spade draw is going to jam for about 1.5 times pot, which is going to force folds from everybody. Colby taking it down. Now, Ryan, I don't know if there's any issue with the color. We apologize if there is an issue. Roger, great to see you. So Ludo's got 7-5 of diamonds. We don't know what Gio the Razor has or what Aaron the Straddle Defender has. Maybe we have some cards that are not cooperating. Ace, King, Queen is probably going to be better for Gio or Aaron than it is for Ludo. Gio continuing as the pre-flop Razor makes it 130. And I think Jesse's just pushing the pot, so whatever he had, it was good enough, and that's a really great board for the pre-flop Razor. Thank you all again for watching us here at TCH Live. I'm William Malati, aka the New York Net, with you this evening. Plays from 2-5, occasionally more. From Texas Card House in Austin, Texas. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't already. Hit that subscribe button if you have not already. Helps us get seen. Helps bring in more people, and we get a bigger community, because live streams are so much better with a lively chat. See a raise from Colby. Takes a 35. Gio calls with his mystery hands. Ron with the ace 10. He elects to call. He is dominating Colby. 3 ways to a flop. King, 6-6. Rainbow. At least 2 of these players have missed. Colby continues for 50. Gio calls. I imagine this gets a fold from AA Ron. We don't know what Geo has. On this board, I would imagine at least a pair. Jack of Hearts on the turn. Open enter now for Colby. Probably going to keep betting here. No, he's going to check. He's actually picked something up on this turn. You could continue firing here. Instead, Geo's going to bet small. $75, about a third pot. Colby getting a great price to try and hit a straight, which he does not on that 7 of diamonds river. I'd be surprised if Queen High was the best hands here. It goes check, check. Colby not wanting to turn it over. That's deuces for Geo. Geo reminding us that deuces never loses, as they like to say. Let's go through this chat here. Type login. Are we planning to stream on other platforms? I don't know. Like, I don't know much about what happens on the production side of things. There was a period where we were on Twitch when we were in YouTube jail last year. And no, the only bomb pot we've had so far was the one at the top of the show. But now we do have a dealer change happening, so we're going to have a bomb pot right now. Looks like it's going to be bumped up to $15. POL. One board. 4 cards in pot limit Omaha. Must play exactly 2 of them at Showdown.
Well, but then they just have to reset the board. Yeah, but then the problem becomes splitting the chip.
Now, Wesley, I don't know what the rules are around kegs. TCH is BYOB. You could certainly bring bottles of beer in. A keg is probably a bit unwieldy, though.
Okay.
I mean, where would you put it?
Bump it up 580.
Why don't we do the standing game? One time, baby.
Probably miss some other things in the chat.
Buttons like,
It's pretty fun.
I think they're sweet to see.
It's way better than the D7 game. It's way better than the D7 game.
I mean, I'm down. I'm not
I
gonna
think these cards dealt out here. If I had to guess, I would say this is Joe in the box, but not 100% sure. Yeah, I believe that's Joe. And Joe's going to give us a flop that has not scanned yet. Jack, 9, deuce with a couple of hearts. That's what I could see there. Still hasn't scanned. I think they're going to sort that out before we have action here.
I love the rain. No, that kills my money. I don't like that. I like the rain.
Wonder if maybe one of these cards is not cooperating with the scanner.
Because the oak
I'm sure 15 minutes in the past, our producer Melody is sorting that out with the dealer.
takes thousands away from the game.
We have a lot of mystery hands that are checking. Cards are a little bit tricky about scanning. We see a middle pair and a heart draw for Ludo, going to make it 60. Jordan going to bump it up to 160. So a very devilish trip sixes fold. Can we get an exorcist to live stream, please? And Ludo going to make the call. Five of spades. I think that's 2 pair now for Ludo. Middle 2 pair. 5 doesn't really straighten things. Jordan going to make it 300. Jordan is a pretty aggressive player, as we've seen tonight. Jordan gonna call. Queen on the river. Not a great river for Ludo, as that does complete 10-8. Ludo checking. Jordan checking back. Jordan has, I can't see, but it's the winner. 10-9-9-4, so Jordan had flopped middle set there, and he held on. I think Alice listed out people who are scheduled to be at that meetup game on Sunday up at TCH Dallas, the Chadwell meetup game. You know more than I do as far as who's going to be there. I know I'm going to be there. Parrot's going to be there. Apparently Carolyn's going to be able to make it up there. That's good. Ben will be up there, as well Data, Ryan, Tyler, and Kirby. So, Viney and Kirby, both Bens. We'll hear on TCH Live Dallas edition. Type login. I hope you enjoy that pizza. Ludo's raised going to get through there. Like, as a New Yorker, pizza is it's a significant food group to me.
That was recorded. It was? Yeah, I heard him call it.
It's way more than what you just said.
I am particular about pizza. I did find some good New York style pizza within driving distance. So, very happy about that.
Because we go by the like scanner.
It's even run by an ex-New Yorker.
We're 1 through 5. That's 7%.
I heard the previous guy.
Seat 1 is adding 1,000.
Ragnar clarifying it'll be Ryan Crow, the big boss, who's going to be up there. Nice. And yeah, Crow, let's definitely mix it up. I'd love to play with some Dallas folks.
Seat 10 raises 35. One fold.
See what Gio's opens with. Queen Jack. He's made it 35. Tillman with the 8-7 suited. The best hand for cracking aces, which he's successfully done already this evening with 8-4.
4 players.
Colby going to come along with a suited king. 9-5-5. Dolly Parton would be happy with that flop,
It is in.
which has totally misscanned.
But not that much.
That's interesting. Colby has trips. His graphics are pretty wrong here. I guess somehow burn cards or maybe the bottom of the stuff got scanned. Jordan's continued for 100, holding a... I don't think he has a diamond draw. Colby just calling, setting the trap. Turn is a 3 of clubs, so that doesn't change anything. I have no idea what's going on with this graphic here. Jordan doesn't have a flush. Goes check, check. Trip 5s are going to be good for Colby. Again, I have no idea what's going on with the board. This board is pretty jacked up right now. It is 9-5-5-3 jack. And there are not 3 diamonds. Colby going to bet 140. And 9-5-5-3 jack does not equal anything good for 7-4. So Colby going to take it down. Rena going to be there on Sunday? Nice. Nick, sorry you don't like flying. Maybe one day you can take a road trip out this way and join us in person sometime.
Maybe it'll bring me good luck.
Good luck, goodie. Engage.
We'll see.
And Benjamin, I imagine the whole cards were reading correctly. It's much more likely that the board would be wrong because like if you put the burns over where the scanner is, like you could pick up the wrong cards, or even if you hold the stub too close to the scanner, that bottom card could get picked up. So the whole cards are going to be more reliable than the board there. We're going to go multi-way again. King Jack offsuit gets 3 callers, including Aaron steamed on number 1. And I wish I could see the board over this graphic. I feel like maybe there's at least one card that's being difficult tonight. I don't have up-to-date graphics. I do see Ludo having bet $40 and Aaron calling. So it's going to be a heads-up turn. Again, I don't have the right camera shot to tell you what's on the board. The board has not scanned.
How you doing on that?
It's a West Coast stand as well.
9 deuce deuce. That was our flop.
That was the first barbecue I had when I was
Yeah, I guess it's fucking awesome.
It's delicious.
So
There's plenty more good shit over there.
Ludo continuing with 2 overs and
Rounds barbecue.
Aaron calling with second pair on a pretty safe board.
We're back. Sorry. I thought this was going to be
I've been trying to make it
At 3 on the turn, it's going to be a pretty safe turn for him too.
at like 5 in the morning.
You gotta get down to Lockhart. There was that 75 where the original turn, blacks.
75 from Ludo. Aaron was good before, he's still good now.
Well, Franklin
He presses the call button.
just
To the river we go,
when you have friends in town, get the
which is a queen of spades. Eights will be good
Franklin's,
You order online?
if we get to showdown.
Polk in advance, and you can skip the line.
It's just
One bet's 225.
Ludo gonna fire one more barrel. 225 about half pot. Trying to say, hey, I got a pair. Even if I was just barreling with 2 overs, that queen just hit my overs.
At Franklin's?
yeah.
Yeah. 5 calls.
Aaron does find the call and is rewarded with the pot. LV Coleman, good to see you in the chat. There's Oddware TCH life points. They're a thing that you earn by contributing to the chat or by super chatting.
higher stat.
You want to make a monetary contribution to the show. Little $ button at the bottom of the chat. Press that, follow the instructions.
7's adding on 1,000.
Everyone working on the show appreciates that very much. We do have some great people working on this show. And you get some points for that too. And then you can gamble your points. And every now and then there's a giveaway. And you can enter that raffle with the points whenever those happen.
Like you wanted to cry.
5 raises to 7. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold.
Aaron making it 70. I think we've had a 10-20 straddle. Gio with ace queen. Going to just call.
1 call. 3 players.
Ludo gonna call up the 9-8. Gio might have been better off 3-betting there from the out of position. But hey, Gio's gonna have top pair.
Check.
And he's gonna check to the razor. Ace 7-6 does give Ludo the open ender. It does give Aaron middle pair. Aaron is the razor.
5 bets.
He could have this. So he continues for 75. I don't think he gets rid of either player here. Gio gonna call. Let's see what Ludo does. getting a great price to just try and hit the straight, so he does call. Jack on the turn. Does not improve anyone's holding. Checks to Aaron. I doubt he goes again. Holding just third pair. Checks through. River is a queen. So ace is up for Gio. He was already good. Probably feeling considerably better now. Holding top two pair. How big does he go? Pretty big. 330, and neither player can give him action. Mo the Cat wondering about the hands where Aaron's aces have been cracked. Going four ways on 5-4-4. Mo wondering if he should have c-bet. I would have. So the thing is 5-4-4, I believe there were two of the same suit on the board, so
I'll shoot a Jim Neeme.
like there's a good chance you're ahead, but there's a lot of turns where you're not going to be loving the aces as much. I can definitely get behind not wanting to give a free turn to gut shots, open enders, crappy flush draws.
Yes, seriously. Will you give me another Jim Neeme?
Ludo.
Grab me a fireball, please.
We just took them all. Do you want?
Whether you fire again on the river, I think, is the more interesting question.
2 raises of 35.
It comes down to, do you think Tillman just has another overpair where he's in call down mode? How often does he have that as opposed to a trap? We're going to have some more Tillman on AA Run action coming at you right now. Tillman made it 35 with ace jack.
8, 9 forward.
Aaron with the red queens, making it 110.
I mean, but all the table has to
10 fold, 1 fold.
If everyone's in, I'm fine with it.
Back to Tillman, who just folds.
We need everybody here.
If it were suited, maybe he continues. Ace jack looks pretty, but offsuited, out of position. You're not going to have as many flops as you like, that you would like as you would need, and you could end up dominated.
Do you want something else, Jordan? I'll get, or here, take
It's
this.
not that important to me. Promise.
It's not that important to me either. If you want, you get the fireball, I'll grab something else, and we'll all do this together. What do you want, Leslie?
I'm a pass man, but I appreciate it.
do it. Do it, Aaron. I knew you were going to do that one.
Don't get me wrong, I love
Take
peer
it.
pressure.
Is it pink lemonade vodka?
Yeah, it is.
This is ruby red grape.
Oh, that's good
Batty.
stuff.
It's
Yeah, this one's
Batty.
okay. I like this.
It's deep bad.
2 raises of
I drink
35.
that stuff.
It's deep bad.
People talking about casino packages.
Raise of 35. 7 fold. 8 fold.
I'm a poker player. Nobody gives me anything.
9
Ludo.
fold.
Tillman opens his suited ace wheel. Folded all the way around to Ludo, who does have a better ace and a suited ace, and will defend. Spicy flop here. Ace 5-4 with 2 hearts. Ace is up for Tillman, outflapping Ludo, but Ludo still with the equity advantage in the form of the nut heart draw.
And I know the deep eddies.
Tillman continues for 55.
I didn't have the courage.
Ludo gonna call.
Tell Aaron, like,
Specifically have deep eddies.
Tillman gonna fill up now. Forceful of aces for Tillman. Ludo needs an 8. Ludo does not get an 8. He does get a double paired board. Tillman not loving that river. He's gonna just call. Ludo led river. And Tillman calls, and Tillman turns over the 4. I think that river saved Ludo some money there.
Nice hand, Tillman again. Taking the nine hands.
That was probably the best river for Ludo, apart from oh no, that was the best river for Ludo. Heart gets him stacked. Something that's not a 5 probably cost him a bit more.
Yeah, yeah,
Fireball.
Fireball. He won Fireball, and he's like,
Fireball came, my son.
People talking about the Chat Pro merch. I got to get my hands on some of that.
Battle for 40.
Let's dig this man up another fireball. Oh, we gotta have our wounded or our fallen soldiers.
Mad Benjamin, no, those are not shots of Tabasco. That sounds awful. That sounds really awful.
So I'm gonna have to
Maybe that's what Bryn Kenny's going to have his horses do next, allegedly.
chunk it down.
C1 raises to 180.
Ludo made it 180 with the ace queen. I think we've had a significant straddle here from Jordan. I think that's a live 40. Dave called with what our graphics tell us is the Doyle Brunson, the 10 deuce.
I just like this Doyle Brunson. He's like
He shows it. He did actually have it. And
Ooh, clubs,
Dave
clubs,
folded.
clubs,
So
clubs.
Dave had called pre-flop and folded to the raise. Okay, Rena's talking about a cruise offer of some kind.
that's your favorite. You have to call.
I've never done a cruise.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't feel like I'm a big cruise person. Naka Rowana, I hope I said that right. Thanks for subscribing.
Now that I've had the fire.
29.55? 29.55.
Shit, now that I just did you say
29.
Sounds like a lot of people going to be at this meetup game. This sounds like it's going to be a really great event.
29.
Didn't see the 5 yellow chip.
If you're around Dallas, join us for that on Sunday. TCH Dallas. Colby folding the 9 triz.
I have no idea.
black here, yeah, 1K black.
They have flat?
Gio with something a bit better than that. Ace Jack.
7.
Go buy one at the cage and bring it over, man. You can be the black dude.
Jordan with some 7s. Ben with Ace King. Just calls.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
With Aaron behind him, Aaron folds. Could certainly re-raise there.
I'll go get it. What do you want?
No, I can have it.
Jack 8-6.
3 players.
Top pair for Gio.
C1.
3 check.
Gio's certainly going to bet. I don't know how much action he's going to find here. Jordan with 3rd pair. Backdoor straight draw.
C1 is adding on 1,500.
Jordan going to put in the raise.
3 bet. 350.
Jordan showing the aggression, makes it 350. Ben now having to fold the overs and backdoors. Back to Gio with top pair, and nothing's really got there yet. He's going to just call. Jordan's bluffing. He gets to keep bluffing. Deuce of hearts is a safe turn for Gio's holding. Jordan going 600 now. The sizing's saying that the rest of it is going to go in.
I bet you look way different.
Jordan needs a 7 and a 7 only.
Do you wear them when you're not at work?
Gio's just called. These graphics are right. Stack to pot is about a third, not even a third.
I've noticed that he had it.
King of clubs on the river. If Jordan does want to bluff, this is the card to bluff on. It is a club. He does move all in, holding just a pair of sevens. Worst case scenario for Gio here.
So I'm never looking head on into your face. I literally never noticed until today.
One of the obvious draws gets there. Well, the problem is all the straights missed. The clubs got there, but the straights missed, so I think you still have to call here. It's really gross. It's a gross spot. Against the player this aggressive, though, I think you got to call, especially when there are a bunch of draws that missed.
What's the difference between the blue ones and the white ones?
10-9 missed, 7-5 missed, 9-7 missed,
Oh, got it. Yeah, blues are
Queen 10 missed.
never heard of that.
Official count is $611. You don't have to be right that often. Such a tiny
Used to, still does have one
bet
tip chip.
compared to the size of the pot. 1/3, less than 1/3.
Thinking was that you shouldn't tip.
You don't have to be right that often at all.
That would sort of go against the grain of state law.
Nick from Yuma,
And then
what the number's saying, it's 14.5% or so. I believe that.
it's not going to matter when you're
Sounds about right. When you're getting those odds, you have to call. Especially this guy, we're not talking about a nit here.
sold at the case.
We're talking about a guy who's playing a lot of hands tonight.
More than
Gio is in the tank here.
otherwise, you just
Got there on the river.
What do you do, chat? Pretend you can't see the cards. He folds! Jordan gonna show it. Jordan taking down a massive pot.
would you like another fireball?
Nick says he made that number up.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
20?
All right, straddle, 10.
Actually, Nick was pretty close. So
I thought he
if
said
it's a
did you
quarter
hear
pot,
something
you
like
need 16% equity to call.
And then I thought I'd
So
real close and weird to him. See if that sorted him out.
yeah, like you're
Still not going to put the 20 out.
basically right. I mean,
That is true.
you're basically right there.
Like that. We're gonna need to-
Like we're in territory where if he's ever bluffing, it's a mandatory call.
No, still no. Still no. If you want paid for it,
Rick, I think he was looking for a safe river.
No, nah.
7 fold.
I see you in the chat, Dante. Great to see you here, offering your opinion on this hand. Yeah, that's not a bluff I would have run, especially multi-way.
put your bad luck hoodie up.
But hey, I'm not Jordan.
Do what you do.
2 raises, 35.
And the other problem if you're Jordan is like you're blocking the straight draws. Tillman's got 10s, makes it 35. Jordan kind of playing other hands. Aaron with the king 4 of spades.
Pizza, because every time I order my pizza, like cards come in.
Queen 10-3 is going to be great news for Tillman. His 10s making a set. The less good news is that he's going to have a hard time getting action.
It has given me some
Checks over to him.
issues here and there. But it tastes delicious.
Goes just over pot, makes it 130, gets the folds. Another situation where there are turns you don't want to see.
Get in there, man.
What do you want your biggest gamble the night to be?
Now, I would agree that you can't call the turn and then fold the river with that widow behind. If they were playing Deaver, you can fold more often, getting worse odds. But again, it goes back to all the straights missed.
Straddle for 20.
Let's go. You know the 20's on you next time, Wesley.
I got it.
So you just have to hope that that's not the draw he had.
Tried to do a round of 20s and
I've been in that spot myself. It's no fun to have to call when
Nice you put the shades on.
one of the draws got there. Hope you didn't have that one. Of course, Jordan in reality had butt kiss.
You requested
I'm good.
He had like 4th pair or whatever that was.
okay, it starts here.
Nobody's asking for more than,
And if you're capable of
then we all go get
going
sushi.
for it with that hand, then that's a mandatory
Last
call
one,
against
we
him.
do it, and we're good.
Yeah, I know. What, 4 minutes left, they were up 22? And, yeah.
Wesley wonders who's watching him. They are. They're watching.
At the same time.
5 fold, 7 fold.
Ludo's made it 60 with the jack-7 of spades. Tillman calls with the suited ace. Colby with that 10-9 of spades. Will not be making a straight flush. King 8-6
Yeah, we
will make him a gut shot. Tillman with the nut diamond draw.
1 check. 2 check.
We check through. And we find a queen on the turn, which is going to give Colby a second gut shot.
1 and 2 check.
We check through. And we get a jack on the river, which is going to give Colby that straight. Clubs do get there, though. Ludo River's third pair.
every time there's a like 700 plus pot, we all do a shot.
Colby makes it 115. They all fold.
Okay, I'm more.
Yeah, Nick, these poker rooms are pretty great. I mean, poker rooms always tend to be in the corner of the casino. Like if you're in a casino. I know where you're at, the casinos are pretty massive. If I recall correctly, you're like Connecticut-ish. I'm definitely more of a poker player, though, than a pit player. Like, I just find my way to the poker room.
Blackout's expensive right now. It's hard to get.
Yeah, they had one in stock. It
Okay.
was sick. I had to play with it a little bit.
Oh, you took the one right out of the store?
I didn't bring it home with me because you got to get the tax stamp.
Oh, because you're still
Yeah,
waiting
it's
on
like,
the suppressor.
Well, no, even the gun itself.
Oh, because it's
requires
short
a
barrel.
stamp because it's short barrel.
Yeah.
3 fold.
Yeah, the thing is only like this long.
Yeah. The short barrel is
It's
pretty
fucking
sick.
awesome.
I know,
See
when I
Sal
looked at the
delivering
picture,
some
I
more
was like,
tip
that
chips
looks short,
Jordan's
but,
way.
like, you're talking about it like you bought
The
it.
compressor for it, the suppressor for it is only like,
Gotta watch out for the compressor.
yeah,
Then making it 100 with the pocket eights.
it's only
I
like.
believe this was a live 20,
7 fold.
live 10, live
Like I
20.
bought one for a 9mm and for
8 fold.
300 blackout.
And Wesley defends. Oh, can he ever? He has kings.
Working on 556, working on 223, working on some of the things. But it's only like this fucking long. It's a little thicker. The 9mm is like 8
Yeah,
inches.
a scrawny little fucking tube that goes out of nowhere.
But what's cool is you can buy like a 9mm AR.
He goes for
Oh, okay. Do a lot of cool things with it.
375, I think.
Having like the 30 cal and the
Eights are going to fold face up.
gives you like a lot of options. Like now I'm gonna go.
Eight of spades won't be good there.
Order a bunch of barrels.
What do you have to do to be able to have?
Nick talking about poker room closing times. Is that where you are?
Government a tax of $250. What? And
TCH Austin remains open as long as there's a game going.
so it takes about.
I think TCH Dallas is 24/7. I don't know the hours on the other locations
An
off the
e-file,
top of my head.
and it used to take about 9 months.
Jeff
to a
G,
year.
thanks for subscribing.
If I bought it today, like a month ago, it would have taken 9 months to a year before I actually got the weapon and the suppressor. And now it'll take like 90 to 120 days
For both.
for both.
Nice.
And then I set up a trust so I could put a couple people on that trust, and they could use it and possess it.
20 guys.
legally.
20.
And then, you know, if something happens to me, they'll inherit it and we'll have to go through the tax stamp. I mean, it's super weird.
It's super fucking weird. It's
One
super
raise.
fucking weird.
But the tax stamp that I got for the
50. 2, 3, 4 fold.
for the blackout.
Well, they did it in a commercial for the Meetup game. I didn't see that. That's what I get from not watching the Dallas show.
But you can't, like, they don't make.
I was busy playing last night.
Since 82, you can buy
319 is
82.
82. So I can buy it.
Ludo raised his fives. He got no action.
Yeah.
25 grand.
Yeah, they're really expensive. Or get a fucking Uzi, man.
I'd
Like,
love an Uzi. Israeli Uzi would be fucking fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, they're stupid and unreliable, but they're cool.
Wesley's saying Iowa's kind of cool. They have sports books.
Oh, dude, they look like.
I've driven through Iowa. I've never explored Iowa.
Yeah, you have to.
If our original voice, Mike Youngblood, were still on the show, I'm sure he would be extolling the virtues of Iowa right now.
Oh, 100%.
Shout out to Dude Talking.
Yeah.
So I look at it as like a toy, but like
Also, the best. You're
it's
right.
a
You're
toy.
right.
That's actually an increase in value. When I say toy, you guys are like
AA Ron with the Steam Dolan #1. 8 of spades, 8 of hearts.
And therefore, they are.
they're
Five
like
raises
they're
to
adult.
7.
They're adult.
7, 8 full.
Yeah, they're
9 full. 10 full. 1
I'm mostly doing like
beat you
concealed
to
carry and all that nonsense. Seems like you don't need concealed carry here. Went to the bank.
And they're going to do the job. And he's going to show him.
Was open carrying in the bank.
Nice.
I haven't seen that. I carry everywhere I go.
Yeah.
I ain't in my pocket in the bank, but like.
Ragnar, yeah, AA Ron's a great guy.
Growing up in rural Colorado, dude, open carry was pretty standard, so it wasn't until late.
Oh, would he be a gun guy? Yeah,
It wasn't normal for people to carry guns.
I guess that's an interest of his.
Wait, really? And then, like Denver County made it illegal to open carry. You could still get a concealed carry permit and concealed carry, but you couldn't open carry
Here in
in
Texas.
Denver County. The rest of Colorado, you could, and I was like,
Here in Texas, you don't need a
Raise straddle 75.
you don't need a concealed carry.
My audio back here is kind of janky, so
Constitutional carry is any.
I don't know what
half
they're
the
discussing.
country, way more than half the country is that way now.
What I do know is that looks like we have a 10, 20, 75 on.
5, 7, 8, 9,
Jordan bringing the action.
10 full.
Carry on where you can carry and where you can't.
These big straddle pots are fun when you know how to play a short stack. Tillman has 10s and Jordan has ace-king.
Can't go anywhere.
Raise 275.
275 from Jordan. Has Tillman not raised pre-flop? And now it's just going to pile in. They've just piled it in. It was 3-bet, 4-bet all in. Call. And we're going to have a coin flip. We got ace-king. We got 10s. Who you got, chat?
Oh, it's a new Tillman. 10s is all in.
Okay, he went all in first.
Remember with that 75 straddle on, they're not playing 500 big steep. They're playing... I can't do the division right now. They're playing less than 20 bigs deep. That's the important thing. They're playing less than 20 bigs deep. More like 15-ish. Have you played any tournaments, 15 big blinds? This is an instant all-in.
You think it's a chop?
I think it's a chop.
I hope it's a challenge.
Oh, you want to take a hand?
They're running it.
I'll take ace. Oh, fuck, I don't want ace king.
Chef is good. Chef is good. I just think Ben's gonna win.
75.
If Ben doesn't win, you win.
Yeah, but
Chef chop.
We got to bet.
you think 10's gonna win both?
Gonna get the
Oh,
chip
okay.
count,
All right, so
right?
I'm like, all right. So I think that it's not gonna be a chop, and I've got ace king.
I think they're running twice from what I could make out there.
That's void.
I think they're running twice. I think I've heard Aaron say that ace-king is going to scoop.
And then as long as it's not a chop.
Every 4 days, okay.
Here we go.
Oh!
2 kings. Good news is Jordan's ahead. Bad news is he's burned an extra out. And ace-king going to take the first board. We are running twice here.
We're free rolling.
Ludo's already thrown some money Aaron's way. I guess there was a bet.
No, it's ace. Ace coming every time. 10 now.
Queen Jack
Every
6,
time
so Tillman doesn't want to set anymore. Chop it up.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Twice the travel.
Yeah.
An anticlimactic end to a $6,000 pot, blind versus blinds. Playing allegedly 2-5. Milliman Hold'em. Just casually put 6,000 in the middle pre-flop.
No, fuck, dude.
Only in
No,
Texas,
no,
baby.
I'm on to you. I'm on to you.
Come on, that was pretty good.
Thank you.
You don't even need to hand it.
Yeah. Just thanks for making it fun. Here's $5.
Worth a shot.
I had.
That got out of hand real
See how we
quick.
followed that up. We
Raise
see
all
Tillman
in
is the
all.
big winner tonight.
Button here.
Jordan's dug out of the hole,
What, you haven't used them all up?
mostly with that insane bluff with the pocket sevens. And he's going to put on the straddle again.
That was snap
That was
right there.
So 2, 5, 10, 20 this hand.
I wasn't thinking twice.
More blinds are better, right?
Fuck, forget it. You're doing it right now.
4 fold.
Shocking.
7 fold.
Snap me off with that.
8 raises to 8.
Boom.
9 fold.
I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, I thought you were dead.
Yeah, the blue chips, the purple chips, those are dealer tip chips that were $2. You could also sip with your regular cash chips.
She went even more sick after that blow.
Kobe's race just going to get through there. Look at these VPIPs. Tillman playing 40% of the hands, which is easy when you're getting so many premiums. Jordan somehow not at the top of our VPIP list. Go figure. That said, Tillman's gotten after it. He certainly hasn't been a nits fight. I mean, he's defended with 8-4. Very fortunate timing, too. Take this moment to remind you of our promos here at TCH Austin. All April, play 5 hours straight, 20% off. 7 hours, 30% off. 10 hours straight gets you 40% off. The early bird from 9 to 11 a.m. Night owl if you check out after 6 a.m., but check in before 6 a.m. Discounts there. $200 daily rollover street flush progressive jackpot. That's been hitting like crazy all this April. TexasCardHouse.com for complete details as we go to this 3-way flop. Queen 5-4. We'll give Tillman middle pair and give him an inferior diamond draw and an inferior middle pair, actually. Ludo has a better one. Then has the king high diamonds. Ludo bets and they all call, and we get an ace on the turn. Probably slow it down a bit. Diamonds could be unfortunate for Tillman here. The river is going to keep us in suspense because it hasn't scanned yet.
Yeah, that's going to be just like gold for a while.
And then I bought a couple of like recent Polk 11s new that
I assume it's not a diamonds because
Oh, okay.
Tillman and Ben have both folded. I believe that was a 10 of hearts,
I've never owned a 1911.
which would have given Ludo top pair. Yes, 10 of hearts, so
they're big.
2 pair on the river. Ludo
I mean, it's whatever, but
had the best hand, and it got better.
There's a funny stat that I saw the other day. Like the average gun is pulled. Like
As we get to the halfway point or so here on TCH Live,
yeah, you don't need.
coming at you from
Yeah, you don't need.
Texas Card House in Austin, Texas. I'm William Whitey, aka the New York Knit, with you
No, you can make it way more if you wanted.
for another couple hours. Thanks for watching. Be sure hit like, hit subscribe. Got some 2-5, occasionally more going on. We got another 2-5, 10, 20 hands.
Nice, dude.
carry like a Kimber Micro 9.
Okay, that's your carry.
A 6 of spades for Dave.
Yeah, Springfield XDM 40 is my main. I don't carry it, but it's full size, but I don't carry it.
Yeah, I carry a Hellcat. I'll carry.
Dave going to limp it.
Okay.
First act.
Micro 9.
Just calling that big blind.
But I like Kimber. It's like 1911 style.
Yeah, single stack, right? Yeah.
Tillman with a better suited ace, ace-9 of diamonds. He calls, which will get calls from Ben, and then a check for Aaron. Ace-Jack 6 gives aces up to Dave.
5 check.
Easily the best hand.
7 bets 25. 25. 2 calls. 5 fold.
Not as much as I'd like to, but
Tillman
100%.
makes it 25 more Dave made it 25. Tillman called rather. Checks over to Dave again. Tillman looking for a Jack 9 or 8.
Okay. Did you say South? Reds is where I've been.
Dave makes it 60. Tillman's still going nowhere with top pair.
Yeah, it's nice, it's 100-yard outdoor range.
Oh, is it only
The 6 will pair on the river.
They don't have a long range.
So
Because I haven't gone
full
into
house
the
for
outdoors
Dave.
because of that.
Yeah, but it's fun because you
See if he
go
can
down
get full
there,
value with that full house.
then go eat like incredible barbecue and lock hard, and come back.
Wait, what do they have in Lockwood?
The mothership of barbecue.
7 bets, 125, 2 calls.
And Tillman going to check call again. Going to see the bad news.
Terry Black are an offshoot of.
Sees an ace and an upside down 9 for Dave.
Gotcha.
You have Smitty's.
Cameroon's wondering about
Okay.
how the host takes money or makes money off of poker. In Texas, players will pay an hourly club access fee to play in the cash games.
This needs to happen.
I heard you say that, Tim.
In a lot of high-stakes games in traditional casinos, you see a time break as well. Same for mixed games where you get fewer hands per hour.
Yeah, I mean, it's all, yeah. It's
Times rake usually ends up being better than taking money out of the pot, like a traditional rake where you'll see that in a lot of casinos, as opposed to private social clubs such as TCH.
Loro is pretty good.
You do the math as far as how much money disappears.
Guy from
It's even better in Texas. You're either paying your access fee, depending on the room, you're either paying it before you play or after you play. We don't actually take money off of the table,
and now we're doing 40.
which keeps the game bigger.
I hope it doesn't stop, but.
Of course, this game gets giant, especially being a full match to stack game. After the first hand, you can match up to the biggest stack. Initial max buy-in was $1,000. This game escalates quickly.
Wait, what game did you play at? What game did you play?
5 raises to 140, 7, 8, 4.
Got him.
Aaron made it 140 and got the fold from a hand that he was dominating.
Smoke.
What is the point of that game? Why not just make it like?
Snow Monkey, any relation to Poker Monkey?
Yeah, so I basically diversified my arsenal into like everything that I need and then not more. And I'm like, a little bit more, but you know, yeah.
Pre-check, I have no idea if I'm saying your name right. I know we've been over the pronunciation at some point in the past, and I've forgotten because I'm an idiot, but good to see you in the chat, chatting all the way from Poland. Let us know where you're all watching from in the chat. Like, we get people from all corners of the world. We're very big in Australia, actually.
Yeah, but 308 isn't doing more than like 400 yards.
Drop 20, 9 fold.
Always love to hear where people are watching from.
The one that I'm really excited.
Yeah,
has such a global
that one's
reach.
also not going to do much more than 400 yards.
And that thing is only going to go up.
Oh, for sure.
You know, 10 1.
Aaron with the Ace King. Looks like a $15 or a $20 straddle was on, rather, a 10-20.
5 raises.
Aaron going bigger.
90. 7 fold. 8 fold.
Makes it 90.
Heads up.
Colby defending that $20 straddle. Jack 9-4. Neither player connecting. Backdoors for both. We go check, check. 6 of diamonds will give an open enter to Colby.
5 check. Eight bets, 55. 5 fold.
Colby bets 55. Aaron, not a believer yet. And Colby will get there, but not the way he was hoping. He's going to make a pair of 5s, which will be good at showdown. Check, check. Colby with showdown value. Turning it over, winning the pot.
Thank you.
People watching in Texas, Ohio, California, Connecticut. In a couple weeks, I'm going home for a bit. So I'll be within shouting distance of Connecticut. I'll just like go out to the Long Island Sound and yell, "Hey, Nick from Yuma!" So I'm sure you're right on the other side of the Long Island Sound, and I'm sure that my voice carries that far.
Oh, a food place you like in this area that's not the iffy sushi? I can go walk and pick up.
Like now?
Yo,
Yeah.
raising it up with the Ace Jack.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Chinese place that might still be open.
Tillman calling with the Ace Jack.
Rudy's. There's a Mexican place right here.
And not interested in his suited connector.
Yeah. So it's only 8. Okay. Then yeah, there's plenty of shit. Chinese, Mexican,
These straddles
and
reps
burger
not
places that are all
feeling
decent right now.
that they're deep enough multi-way.
Tino's or whatever. Yeah, no, they're still here.
I like your driver.
Yeah.
Dave calls with the Jack 10. Colby calls. Jack off suit, so all of the jacks accounted for. If I see a jack, I'm calling the 4.
I wish I could have played.
I see a king, a queen, and a 6, which should make for some interesting action here. Dave with the open enter. Colby's got a middle pair. Gio and Tillman both have gut shots. Someone going to make it 300, holding the heart draw. How did I miss that? He's got the gut shot and he's got the heart draw. So he's got a high equity draw. Safe with the open enter. I don't think he folds here. The question is, do we raise or do we call? He is going to fold, though. He's going to prove me wrong. Colby has a pair. Does not have a draw.
Ludo, what do you want? No, that's the incorrect answer. Water?
And it folds. I
What are you finding there?
imagine GM finds the fold now.
I'm looking at the
He does.
place right now to see the hours.
How I wish the rabbit hurt all these.
I'm almost willing to roll the dice on this.
Swimming with a lot of equity and just
Thursday, like Thursday
heading
is
it
good season.
right then and there.
They usually get their, Susie, they usually get their orders.
I doubt I'm going to get to any casinos when I'm up there, but if I did, it would probably be Mohegan Sun.
Is that through?
Like Atlantic City's a bit far from where I'm at up there. More likely drive all the way out to Orient Point and take the ferry there and go that way. Ends up at one of those casinos.
No, the pizza's
I
very
do appreciate Skullbone's offer, though.
Alla Reales. Reales, and the Alla Reale has like everything. Like
If I'm going to Queens, I'm probably seeing the Nets.
20 now.
Or I'm going back to the airport because that's in Queens. People complaining about the LIE. Yes, the LIE. That's pretty lousy.
Gio, you want to get in on that? Wesley?
That said, I mean, like, there's a lot of places in the country with crappy
All right,
roads.
what do you want?
I-5 in Seattle is no picnic, let me tell you. But yeah, the LIE is pretty bad. Sammy wondering who the commentator is. I'm William Lottie, a.k.a. the New York Knick, a.k.a. the Long Island Wag. We got a dealer change here. Looks like Sal with the S spread. Looks like we bumped up the bomb pot to $20. 10 wasn't enough.
You put that card.
15 wasn't enough. There, now you know my name, Sammy. Just posted in the chat.
That really isn't half bad.
The which one?
I thought it was going to be horrible.
Which one did you
Oh, actually, I took the 30% one.
Oh, it was oh, yeah.
So I'm going to get these players their 4 cards. On pot time. Everybody's misspelling my name in the chat. Is this a meme now? I hope this doesn't become a meme.
But does everyone just always do BLO? What, no, like, I would like a pineapple here and there, man.
Snowbone, I don't know what you're talking about as far as knocking a table over.
We're gonna do a single board. It better be
I don't
PLO.
like
So
these
if
cards.
there's
Are
Jack
like
6-5, couple of
bigger than your
clubs.
normal cards, though, right? Just tough to look at all 4 of them. I feel ridiculous.
well, you are ridiculous, but yeah.
180.
Something did get knocked over. I mean, like I've said, my audio is not great back here.
So 7 bets 180, and then yeah.
Whatever Dave has, he's first to act and he's going full pot, so he must love it. And Wesley has bottom set. He also has a jack, which is kind of block his boat out, but it's also going to block the top set. Wesley does call. Geo folds. Not much for Ludo. Tillman folds.
Few more tosses.
Jordan, I don't know what he has. He has called. Ben with the nut club draw, probably going nowhere. Also has the bottom ends of the gut shot.
Go. My turn.
He calls. Over to Aaron on the button. We don't know he's holding, but he hasn't folded yet. So in a 5-way pot, if he hasn't folded yet, must be pretty darn good. Aaron calls with a mystery hand. We're taking a turn 5 ways in a PLO bomb pot,
2/3 of the table, is that it?
and it didn't check through. There was a full pot bet.
Pick him at least.
And Queen of Hearts on the turn.
What is
We'll give Ben top pair.
what is the
Doesn't improve either of the hands that we know about apart from Ben picking up a top pair, so which isn't going to really help him with the set out there. And now we see Dave throw a bunch of chips in there. He's gone pot again. What do we think Dave has? Wesley feeling sick right now. He has bottom set, and it's a 5-way pot. And this is a bet that's going to put him in. He has bottom set, which is a gross feeling when anyone can have anything. And yes, he has the blocker to top set, but it feels like somebody always has it, and he does fold. I hope we get to find out what Dave has.
That would have made it way more interesting. Yeah.
Oh boy. We weren't on stream right now. I would absolutely jam the shit out of this. I don't want to look like a fucking retard.
Jordan folds.
By the way, that was
Well, I
Ben
misread my
folds.
fucking hand.
Over to Aaron. Aaron folds. Middle set for Dave on the flop. He had 6s. Excellent, excellent read with the set of 5s folding.
I didn't want to see a club. I tell you.
That is how you don't lose your ass in a bomb
No,
pot.
I just fucking crossed.
cut shot, straight
Oh, yeah,
It doesn't feel good.
Pre-check, whose name I'm probably mangling again. Have I ever been to Lottie, Finland? No, I have not been to Finland. And yeah, I am part
No, I was
Finnish.
like, after all of that, and then I
I'm
called
Irish
and
and
I'm
I'm
like,
Finnish.
how did I fucking convert? I just went to a 7.
And never been out as far as Finland. The only time I've ever been to Europe, I was in England for a week for a conference.
The shot cost me 180.
I'd love to go out that way again sometime. Maybe see Finlands. I hear good things about Finlands. Like, I'd go to conferences, and people see my last name, and I will meet the Finns. Like, whoever's there from Helsinki, I'll meet them just purely because of what my name is.
Out of the 8-7, I have 8 deuce.
And I'd love to see Ireland as
What am
well.
I doing in his hand?
And Ludo, loving what he's seeing right now. He's seeing 2 aces.
No, like literally,
He makes it $60. Ben has the very best hand for cracking aces, except they're one of Ludo's suit.
backdoor Broadway. That was it. It was not good.
Hey, you got your card then.
Yeah.
He calls.
No, I paired. It was terrible.
Hand that plays well multi-way.
Double check. Triple, quadruple check. Yeah, I have a hand I can fold. No, that was really awful. I just torched 180 for no reason.
And we are Texas.
And Geo called, so we're 4 ways to a flop of 4-3 deuce. So that's going to be a gut shot for both Ludo and Jordan. Jordan also with top pair. You know, really want to go to the mat with a pair of 4s, but could give you some extra equity there. Every now and then he'd spike the trips. He's going to make it 175. Ludo checking as the pre-flop raiser, thinking this board kind of sucks for him. Goes the check raise route. Is this the full 600? Yes, it is. Jordan enjoying this spot considerably less right now. Ludo faded the snap, so he's probably thinking he's good here. Jordan going to call. Little over half pot left. Perfectly safe jack of diamonds on the turn. Does Ludo just put the rest of it in here? Well, actually, the graphics are wrong. Ludo has more than 877. So they are playing somewhat deeper. Ludo gonna fire all the same.
Appreciate it.
Makes it 825. Now Jordan gonna go for the raise, gonna make it all in and put Ludo to the test here.
I was worried about one of the jacks. I really was.
I believe he's gonna ask Sal to count the chips.
I had one jack, and I'm like, I don't know if this is good that I blocked top set or bad that I blocked my boat outs. I don't know enough about PLO to know which one, like, is it better as a blocker or worse as a blocker for me?
I like having the bottom set with potential both outs. Yeah, jack.
Jordan is all
That's what I'm
in.
trying to one
It wouldn't surprise me if he covers Ludo. I don't have the official number. Obviously, Ludo has more than $52 behind.
No, jack.
And pile of black chips, like each of those is $100.
No, that beats six over jack.
Sometimes there's a player that adds on and it gets missed by production and
I
the
don't get
dealer.
PLO enough, man. That's what I'm saying.
If he had a jack, there was a jack on the board, another jack comes, he's got a jack over the second.
No, but he only has 2 jacks.
I have one jack in my hand. And if another one comes on the board, I have jack.
Ludo in a disgusting spot here.
Oh, maybe I should have called.
Taking another look at these aces. Yeah, I have aces.
All right, so I got 4 outs. No,
So like he actually blocks the flopped wheels.
yeah. I missed all jacks, so I'm too busy looking at the burger menu.
Oh, you're looking at Mooney's?
Yeah. Is that good?
Dude, it's pretty good.
All right, I think
All they do is burgers. You know, when a place just specializes in one thing, they, you know.
yeah.
Right now we're certainly right about Jordan somehow finding the shove. And Ludo finds the call. Jordan needs a 4 or a 5. I think they're going choice here. A 5 would chop it. A 4 would win it for Jordan. The 8 is neither of those. And I believe that's a 7, so Ludo going to scoop it here. Sammy, glad you're enjoying that commentary. Okay, so I'm hearing from Skullbone what happened was Aaron had banged into the table and knocked over some things on top of the table. That's unfortunate. It's easy, though. Sometimes you're backing up and you bang into things. Like one time, I stepped away from a table and I stepped on a somewhat flimsier table and spilled something. Now you apologize to the guy. Give him a few bucks for whatever drink that was.
If I had somehow found it just a stupid raise,
That would have put me in the tank.
if I had 8 back, I could have gone for it, but I was so dead, like, I didn't even realize how dead I was. I thought I had 8-7 in my hand, like, that's how bad.
Yeah, no, my apologies for saying all your
I thought you had that comment. I didn't want to correct it during the hand.
Aaron, are you the button? Is that right?
So we get the pot shipped over to Ludo, and I believe Jordan's going to add on once more.
Fail
It was in front of me.
Are you the button? Why not?
Sure, yeah, I was, maybe. I am.
Checks on live.
People now comparing Aaron to Sippy Cup.
How much you buying into? 17.
I don't know if you have.
Not quite a fair comparison. I mean, they both made a mess of things, but Aaron at least doesn't nit roll with an effective nut hand. At least I haven't seen that happen.
40 till?
just the right amount, I think.
The look of disdain on his face.
I'll sleep on that.
Yeah.
I have 100 sleeping. I'm sleeping 100.
Yeah, Nick, Ludo had to think about it for a bit. But, like, in-game, sometimes you don't always realize, well, this guy's just insane. Like, against Jordan, I'm just snapping him because I see the shenanigans he's pulling.
For the 5-5 game, you usually get
I have played with him off stream, and I've seen shenanigans from him there, too, so.
So sleeper is not on.
What does sleeper mean?
So basically, I just have a sleeper straddle. If he makes an action, the sleeper goes away. If there's no action prior to the sleeper is a straddle.
And he has action. Like, coming back.
Ludo's going to limp, and,
So he skipped over like he's got.
or no,
Yeah,
rather,
it's basically
Gio is going to raise
I have $100
into
up
Ludo's
here.
double straddle. Ace-Jack going to make it 65.
If he makes any action, the sleeper comes back.
All right.
If he makes
Ludo
no
is going to
action,
make the call.
it stands the sleeper straddle.
And it skips you and
We're going
goes.
to go heads up to this flop.
Straddle, and he has
Like,
Jack 9-8 is going to give top pair to Gio, but it's going to give bottom 2 to Ludo. Some more blinds on blinds action. Gio going to continue here for 75.
but I guess under the lights.
Ludo may decide to press the raise button now to get some protection. So many straightening cards he won't want to see. He does make it 225. Of course, Gio not actually holding a straight draw. But Ludo does not know that.
Yeah, let's just get an official rule where we can. Floor. Are we gonna allow sleeper straddle?
Gio not going anywhere yet. Here comes the turn. And that turn is a queen, which is one of the cards Ludo did not want to see. Now losing to any 10. Gio does pick up some chop outs.
Right. When you go above the 4, you go to the ceiling. You know?
One bet's 250.
Ludo undeterred, making it 250.
Yeah, man, nice call.
Gio gonna fold. That's an interesting spot for Ludo, though. Like, for your actual hand, that's a really awful turn. But for your range, you're certainly going to have some 10s, and you're going to say, hey, I have a 10. If you check that back, like I can get behind the bet. If you check that back, you're saying, I don't have a straight. Please blast me on the river.
Well, because I was counting and I was like, no, you should play by that.
A Poker Monkey, the spill would make an interesting highlight, but I don't know if we want to promote such behavior. Like, you should not have your drink on the rail on this live stream table for that exact reason.
Yeah, that's what happened. He had more, he said the total amount.
You could ask him to pull in. They sure, yeah.
Checks on live.
Okay, so apparently Sippy Cup guy is PJ, who is on YouTube. PJ Poker. I'm not familiar with his content. I'll have to have a look. Maybe my play-by-play of the spill made the vlog. Who knows? Queen 7 deuce, and this heads up flop is going to give a pair to each player. Tillman's better than AA runs. AA Ron the Razor going to continue holding bottom pair. Tillman calling with his middle pair. The better hands. Remains the better hands on this sixth turn. Five on the river. We'll seal it for Tillman. Gonna go for some value. $75. Perhaps trying to tell the story that he's trying to steal it. Maybe get a call from like an ace high or a bottom pair. Diamonds did miss. So Aaron does have a little bit of showdown value, but does decide to fold. Is this real, Ragnar? Like he has a video called Birth of the Spiller?
Are you from Canada?
Very fun if true.
I asked him if he went to play poker.
Thank you all again for watching TCH Live. We're in Austin tonight, Texas Card House, Austin, playing 2-5, sometimes more. 2-5-10. I don't know how big Jordan's straddle is. We'll see in a moment. It's the full 100. 2-5-10, 100. And Dave with a suited ace. Well, we got to open.
Yeah, man, I was at the Final Four and freaking blast. Retiring Coach K would love to win.
He's going to limp it.
I'll take it. I'll take it, Lance. Every time.
Could raise it. Now, Colby with the ace-10 offsuit probably is going to raise.
Leaky Black? The forward? Oh, no, the white guy. Oh, Brady Manick. Yeah.
And the raise will be how much?
Looks like he got a concussion during the game. Like he was banging heads with someone early. Yeah.
330.
Yeah, that dude is just... No,
Playing this
ice
short.
cold. He will shoot freaking anything.
Reasonable sizing. If he really is just playing 1200 deep, though, a shove is probably a little bit better. Gio gonna call.
What's up, buddy? I just made a stupid move. Not doing another one.
Yeah? Is that your home now?
How much is that?
330.
Jordan trying to talk himself out of playing 5-3. And he does so successfully. Dave in an interesting spot. Playing deeper, you like the ace-5 suited. Or not playing all that deep. Could flop top pair and be no good here.
You talked to me, but
They don't understand. They're like,
Are we thinking about a call or are we thinking about some kind of back raise here? These look like calling chips that he's cut out.
100 invested, you folded too.
So what happens when you don't raise pre? He does call. So 1,100 in the pot. Going to the flop it. What is allegedly 2-5. 10-8-6, but it's all diamonds. Colby with top pair. We don't know what Gio's got. Dave has nothing here. He's thinking about, oh, Gio has queens. Colby likely to get stacked here. Not sure what Dave's thinking about here. He does check. This should be an easy check fold for Dave. He has nothing. Colby gonna stick it in for a little under pot, as he should. Gio gonna snap him with an overpair, as he should. Slight bummer that he doesn't have a diamonds, but overpair perfectly fine given the stack to pot ratio. Gonna get the chip count right. Colby gotta be looking for an ace or a 10 or a diamond. Colby does have the diamond draw. How did I miss that? Queen of diamonds would certainly be the chaos card. See a 4 of hearts. I see a 9 of clubs. Queens are gonna hold. Colby going to get stacked here by Gio. Unfortunate cooler. Gio going for the trap and it paying off successfully. Gio certainly could have just stuck it in pre. Probably ends it right then and there.
how much money was in there? I had to fucking.
Okay, Sammy wants to know the chip colors. I'll tell you right now. White chips $1, red chips $5, green chips $25, black chips $100, pink chips $500. Those purple chips you see in Jordan's stack, those are $2 tip chips that don't play in the game.
You're not going to see a ton of good ones.
Have you ever seen orange plaque? That's $1,000. Somebody else was wondering if the chips are identical at the location, at the different TCH locations. No, they're not. Each of our 4 locations, Austin, Houston, RGV, and Dallas, have different chip faces. Cash chips are all a similar color. Tournament chips can be a little different. Somebody pointing out Jaywin's channel taking off. Our friend Jaywin. Look him up on YouTube when you're done watching this. Jaywin Poker on YouTube. Been on the show many times. Tillman just flatting the ace-king from the big blinds. Here we go to the flop. Heads up. 8-7-3, pretty safe for Dave's fives. Someone checks this rare unstraddled pot. Dave does continue for $50. Tillman going nowhere yet with the 2 overs. Turn's going to pair the 7. Tillman going to check. Queen on the river, 5s are going to be good. And 7 is a card that Tillman could have considered leading on as He has a lot of the trips there. And yes, that first J1 blog does have a great clickbaity title about quitting a high-paying job to play poker.
Yeah, I think that's.
But hey, that's how you got to get the views. Massive poker cheating scandal. How's that for clickbait?
Like jam.
There.
I might have got it. Well, no, you're calling. He's calling. With all the diamonds? You weren't worried about all the diamonds?
You can straddle it.
I was playing a jam on it.
Yeah, the only thing I want to see is like ace king. Yeah, that's about it. You have an overpair, there's a 0% chance of sound.
Nick, I know we still have the Plex here at TCH Austin. We just don't see them very often, especially on this show. They do exist. There's actually one sitting in my box. A nice orange rectangle that is worth $1,000 if you redeem it at the cage.
I'll play Jordan's hand.
And a couple limps in this $20 straddle pot. Jordan not around to play the 9 triz. And just checking his suited ace. Ace 10, you could totally squeeze in a limps pot. Instead, you're going to whiff the flop, and you're probably going to end up folding the best hands. Queen 5 deuce, all hearts, and it checks through. The 6 that nobody has. Check through again, 9 of spades on the river. Ace 10 going to be best if it somehow gets the showdown. It checks through an ace 10 high, and it's going to hold in a 4-way pot. Now, I don't know about Dallas as far as their Plex situation. I think they had moved away from those. The one time I played on stream up there, I had $1,000 chips. I don't know what they do with bigger denominations. Like, I think I'm outing myself as not watching Tuesdays that often. In Ragnar, I have to flex my plaque because I don't have any trophies to flex. So I got to say, yeah, I have $1,000 plaque that I could have, you know, just bought at the cage. But I swear I won it in a pot.
Straddle like 10, 7 folds. 8 raises, 35.
Call me making it $50 or $35 rather, not the full 50. Ludo with the king jack of diamonds. We know somebody who loves that hand. Ludo enjoying it enough to make it 100, and Tillman has aces because they're just handing Tillman the deck tonight. He makes it 600. Probably a little bit big to get any action though. Goes big. In position, I don't think you have to go that big. Kobe's going to fold. A short Ludo's going to fold.
If you only have kings, you should fold.
Tillman going to win a small pot.
Yeah, that would be sick. Yeah, and then
You haven't done so already.
and then slap them in the face.
At
like
the top of our chat, we pinned a link to a survey regarding online poker. Click on that link. And my screen's gone dark, guys. My screen's gone dark. Our producer, Melody, is looking at it right now, I'm sure. I still have the table audio. Apologies for the technical problems here, everyone. F's in the chat. Just in case this does die. Not sure exactly when you'll next hear me in the booth. We've got somebody else here next week. And then I'm out of town the week after that, so it won't be me then. But I'm sure you'll hear from me at least once in May. Hopefully more than once in May. Keep it tuned here at least 5 days a week. Mondays and Thursdays from here in Austin. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays from Dallas.
I have my stuff up, but it stopped streaming and I can't get it back to screen.
screen and it's way too low. Yeah, I have a countdown clock. It's at 35 seconds.
Okay. Hey, David. Hey, I just had the
Melody and David talking about this.
and it has a countdown on the YouTube and the other side, so I don't know what to do.
Might be doing a reset of some kind here, guys. Just hang on here. Thanks for hanging with us. Niab wondering how's the weather in Texas. It's all right. It's been a little bit muggy. Maybe we get some storms. Do we have a loose cable?
You ordered it already?
Yeah, yeah.
I have video again.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play my button and then go grab it.
It'll be done by the time we get down.
Are we short of delays, right? Because like we might have nuked it.
Am I sure?
Because the countdown clock started at 1 minute. I don't know if this delays.
I'm definitely tripping. Pause the action.
Take the cartridge out and blow dust. Yeah, that's an interesting suggestion, Nick. Actually, I've read about that. Like the blowing dust on, we're talking about these old video game cartridges. That doesn't really do a thing. Like with some of those old Nintendos, there was actually a design flaw in the system itself where the pins were getting messed up there, so the blowing on it didn't really do that. We are still working on this tech problem here. Apologies. There we go. Okay, so the delay is right again. And so 10 minutes from now, we're going to have video again. And yes, the player did teleport into seat 4. That's Royce. So I imagine something fun happened that we're going to miss because of the tech problem. I assume we lost Ben somehow in a cooler. Okay, so keep it right here. We will be back in 10 minutes. I'll step out for a minute, and then I will hang out with you guys in the chat again. TCH Live.
Oh, because it stopped at the end. Shoot. Okay, hold on. So they're in the middle of a hand when it crashed. So they just finish it out?
Yeah, you can't do anything. Finish out the hand, then get it right.
So they said, go ahead, just finish out the hand, and then we'll fix it all.
We have no video going right now anyway, so
Okay.
just the clock. I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, so whenever you're ready, we're gonna go around everybody's seats. Please start with just seat 1. Seat 1. It's so much easier for me. So seat 1, 5620, okay? Tillman, now second seat. Third seat. Okay, fourth, luck box. Okay, Aaron. Okay, Dave. Seat 7. Colby, seat 8. Did you say 903 for Colby? Okay, 903. And then what's the name for seat 9? I can't see a space. West, Seat 9, seat 9, okay. Alright, I think we're good. You didn't? It is right? Okay. Alright, I think we're good to go. That was intimidating.
What was intimidating?
Just that
The
fraction
break,
like that.
yeah. Yeah, live TV happens sometimes, right?
Yeah. And it just sucks because everything, all of the stats are,
Oh, it just nuked everything.
it nuked everything.
Yeah, that's no fun.
No. So until we get a little bit more, I'm not gonna even put them up.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
All right. I'm back with you all in the booth. Thanks for sticking with us. I still see a couple hundred of you in there. Should be back soon enough. Again, apologies for the technical difficulties. We are going to have a new player in seat 4 when we come back online. Ben decided to call it a night, and Royce has taken his place. Let's look through the chat. Let's look through the chat while we're waiting here. Do we all sell our used chips? I don't know that that's a thing here. Ben Miney in the chat, welcome. Taking the blame for crashing the computer. I blame E. McKenzie. Check out his vlog if you haven't. That's another Texas vlog that's popping off. Some bad beat stories. Let's all go to the lobby. It's as much as I'll sing. Mavs game going on. I don't know the score there. I'm looking forward to getting up your way, TCH Dallas, this Sunday. Chat Pro Meetup game. Carlos likes the players at TCH Dallas compared to other players. People chasing. Yeah, it's a fun room every time I've been up there. P. Willie, I don't know what you're saying. You've seen a staking site as allowing you to turn by... I don't know. Ragnar, yes, I'm a software engineer, but I write software. I don't necessarily know how AV systems work. Melody knows a lot more about how this stuff works than I do. As does David, who we consulted on getting that fixed. Well done by production getting us going. Keith, yeah, just contribute to the chat. Every 10 minutes you get a point. You can send a super chat, you get more points. And any contributions are appreciated. Carlo is sure he'll post on Instagram. You know what? I'll probably post on Instagram too. I'm at Lottie William on Twitter and Instagram, at LAHTI William. Posting that in the chat now. If anybody wants to follow. I don't know what the setup is, Keith. Here we go. So the video picks up in the hands. We let the hand play out. It would be too disruptive to stop and recount everything. The thing is, all the chip counts got nuked here by whatever the computer decided to do. So there will be a little bit of a hold while we get that information put back in. Like, it even nukes the players' names. So we're not going to have up-to-date stats, unfortunately, the rest of the way. Got a little over an hour to go here. See you in there, Gary C. Yeah, so like I was saying, when we were going to break, you'll hear me at some point in May. I don't know exactly when yet.
Yeah, that means a reset. So
Perhaps the second week.
Yep, just like on Monday.
Okay, apparently there's like some stream where you can buy a stake of players. Interesting idea. Like, I've never bought or sold action. We do see Bryce in C4.
First it was going to be 80 something. Now he made it 130.
Some know him as Rogelio. You see ace queen folding face up.
If I remember that.
Bryce had ace deuce.
If you remember to ask me, I might
So,
request.
well done on that bluff.
Please give me your
It depends on the
chip count.
If it's one question, probably.
I think I've discussed before. I'm going to do the whole series out in Vegas. I'm going to be out there the whole series.
We can negotiate.
All players.
You'll probably hear some remote commentary from me, though, from out in Vegas. We'll probably set that up and make that work. And you know what? I might fire some online. I might even stream somehow. So if you follow me on social media, that's a thing I decided to do. That's where you'll hear about it.
I need this first.
The driver apparently did an update and fix the issue.
Certainly enjoy taking you all along on the ride. If I'm on the road playing tournaments, you'll often see posts on Twitter and Instagram from myself.
You know what? It's like a carnival game. Instead of the gold
And the chips counted.
ball or
56-20.
So what you're seeing right now is what we do before every show.
Yes.
Get the players' names. We get the players' chip counts.
33-62.
Of course, the chip count is usually $1,000 in this game. Usually everybody just buys for the max initially. Then it becomes match the stack.
11.95.
25-7.
But we're going to
25.
get these numbers right. And apologies for
28-47.
our tech issues. Thanks for bearing with us here.
903.
Anybody got fun plans for the weekends? Apart from going to that Chat Pro Meetup game, or perhaps playing WPT Steps down here in Austin if you're down here on Sunday. Saturday if you're in RGB. I'm definitely going to be sure to watch the F1 race.
C4, the stream ate whatever happened to C4.
In Imola, Italy this weekend.
But there was somebody in that seat before you.
Really interesting season. Ferrari's good. Imagine that in Italy and Ferrari's good this year. The place is going to be nuts. And you have Red Bull that has a win and also 2 retirements.
Like, oh, I don't know. I'm not eating it now. I'm on low carb, but no, I get that. Like, if you wanted to share with them.
Gary walking around the New Jersey boardwalk this weekend. Good luck with that, Gary. Looking for some romance.
And you have those slices right now ready to go to the train.
I've spent like no time in Jersey despite being from Long Island.
There should be small blind here. You'll be big blind here too. Yes, sir.
Looks like we got some cards getting dealt out here.
I'm gonna bring you a slice, bro.
We're gonna have a straddle, life 10.
Cost you about 350.
Double straddle, life 25.
Cost you about 350.
Life 25.
Ain't doing this shit for free.
4
How's it going, Kev? All right.
Here we go. Looks like C4 is going by luck box. Dave's got queens. Speaking of lucky. Even luckier if there's a $25 straddle on, so he gets to play a bigger pot with a pretty good hand. Makes it 60. Colby calls with his suited gapper. The Jack 8. Folds all the way to the instigator, Jordan. Don't know why he's listed as Ben in C3. His name is Jordan. Ben wasn't C4. He left. Seven, 6 deuce, all clubs. Dave is ahead. Nobody has a club. Dave is going to protect against clubs.
Oh, yeah, no, I saw
Hangs at 125. He's going to show after they all fold. Ragnar Overby wants to fire the steps in Austin on Sunday because Aaron and I will be out of town. Aaron and I are both going to be in Dallas, not playing that tournament because it's like the one day where we're both out of town with commitments to make appearances up there. So he figures it's going to be a softer field, and hey, there you go. The bad news is you don't get to play with me. The good news is you don't get to play with me. Or you don't have to play with me. That's the good news.
No, just put it right on top of his stone beer. Upside down.
Gary, see, he looks a little like Phil Ivey, but he's not.
I love how you hit
Oh,
it.
shit. I didn't even see they came up.
Yeah, no, here, just rub this right in. Just,
Life 25. Life 25.
I mean, I still kind of want to see Dave try and run some Wingstop and back.
Not allergy season, bro. But you know what?
Luck box, whipping, 10-8. $25 straddles on Wesley with King Queen. Going to make it 105.
And it's an easy 30-second
You drove, but you somehow estimated how long.
Yeah, because look, I was
See if luck box continues there.
this way and then that way and not taking
What did you say you could do?
0.8
He does.
a minute.
King 7-3.
Like a minute each way? No.
Top pair for Wesley. Middle pair for Jordan, whose name is Wong.
Touch the wall and square back.
Yeah, it took me 36 seconds to drive there slowly. Going this way and then this way, not going one line.
Anything
15
that
total
you know, I'll come for the action.
You bet your ass I'm gonna do it before I bet you.
You fucking would. And then you're gonna come and be like,
Jordan going to continue.
No, I'm gonna come to the end or I just roll it up. Like, nah,
oh, Pine House Pizza? Yeah, they're all over.
Three checks.
I don't have a turn card right now. It's a Jack of Diamonds.
If you're at the lodge,
So, doesn't change anything. That Ace of Hearts
yeah.
is a card that neither player will like. Wesley's pair of kings is still
Sometimes
good.
the breaks are like 30 minutes. It's stupid. Smoky mode, Whataburger. Yeah, I mean, it's halfway decent barbecue.
Wesley bets and Jordan folds.
Like you can eat it and not throw up.
Ragnar Overby says it would be nit versus nit. I can get into a nit off. I can out-nit anybody. I have stacked Alan Kessler twice. I'm 2-0. I'm 2-0 in all wins against Alan Kessler in tournaments.
Oh, because I have to keep the delay going.
Kessler, a circuit reg who is known for being on the tighter side.
Actually, I think the time probably means it is back up and working. Just put the time on there.
Gary, I don't have a dog. I'm sure my dog would play with me if I had a dog. I do like dogs. Ragnar thinks I'd become the Long Island Lake. Yeah, like that's the thing about me. Like there's a switch that gets flipped. Sometimes it's in the New York Knit position. Sometimes it's in the Long Island Lake position. There's a third position sometimes called Late Night Lottie, which somebody had coined at one point, which is where it's late and I'm tired and I get a little bit spewy. That's the setting that you want to be up against.
I raised 400.
We see Aaron squeezing out of the straddle, making it 400. Going to make it very hard for either of these players to continue. Colby with the same hand as Aaron. He's 10 offsuit. That's a fold, and Gio with just a pair of sixes. Not great odds to set mine, and really not going to love too many flops that don't have a six. Gio going to fold. Ragnar suggesting that somebody get me a puppy. The problem is I don't really have time to properly take care of a dog, especially with all the out-of-townage that I tend to engage in.
Got him.
Can't just leave a dog somewhere for weeks on end.
Hey, David, you want your 10? 20? 20?
He said no. He said no.
Also, my birthday was last week, so too late for that.
You thought you said you were 10.
It means I'm a wiener dog kind of a guy. Not quite.
Yes, and then you say 20.
Yeah, referring to the dachshunds, like I have in the past had a couple of basset hounds in my life.
That's a straddle, lights 10.
I grew up with basset hounds.
Oh,
We had
see, now
St. Bernards.
I'll limp. I can limp. And
My brother still has a couple of St.
you got a
Bernards.
power limp for 20. And had the up. I should have.
Those are huge dogs.
Coaching me tonight. Yeah, well, because you haven't been paying. You're not going to coach me. You won't pay me, I'll go.
Get some limpy poos, as Rampage Poker would say.
Yeah, I got this. I got this one. I guess it's
Ace nine of clubs the best hands pre-flop, and on this king jack deuce flop, it remains the best hand. We check through, we get a 4 on the turn, and Dave's still ahead. And Dave also picking up the nut club draw, so definitely going nowhere as Aaron continues, trying to steal it with his 10-3. See if he follows through on this river, which is the King of Hearts. He's going to fire. A little bit less believable now that the card's paired. Now the top card's paired. Ace high could consider a bluff catch. Where'd that chip come from? Aaron's flicking chips into the middle here. Do not splash the pot.
I think I flashed. I owe you 50 anyways. No,
Dave calls. Aaron gonna say, I'm just bluffing.
He's like, well, what do I do now? Fucking fold?
Keep thinking.
I owe you 50. No, you get the 50, man. You got it backwards. Fold.
Yeah, that was the guy who won. No problem.
I've been dealing for a while.
In a pinch she has.
No,
but
on
she's ready to do
Wednesdays.
it. She's
On
ready to do it.
Wednesdays, I think. No, she do.
Like once a week? But she hasn't
Straddle
told
10,
me
straddle 10, straddle 10, straddle 10, straddle 10. Straddle 20,
And
straddle
yes, I
25.
did get rid of that spam bot just the moment that I
straddle, like 20.
saw it. I was busy commentating that hand.
Straddle 40, straddle 40.
I was putting out St. Bernards or Drury. Yeah. Now, who can drew more, Basset Hound or St. Bernard? That's an open question. Like, those are both very Drury dogs.
Just take the blinds and multiply them by 5. I mean, that's what we're playing. Come on. We ain't playing for shit.
Tillman with another very strong holding in the form of ace queen. Looks like a raise and take it. Nobody with any holdings that can offer resistance. Carlo, thanks for joining us this evening, and I will be seeing you this weekend for the meetup game up in Dallas.
They're down 26.
They were down like 17 at the end of the third.
It's 1-1.
Keith, yeah, it's like sort of a variable number of moderators that show up in the chat. I don't have control over polls.
5, 10. Fucking put him in for 80.
He's over there.
80? Wesley? 20.
Like,
How
I
about
basically
20?
get to zap spam bots
Dude, you're gonna
and
be first
people who
back.
say
You know,
disgusting
cool.
things
Hey,
and
Mooney's
people
is
who
pretty
plug
good.
other
It's
streams.
alright.
Don't do that in our chat, please. And people who post crazy political stuff. That's another thing we don't ask you to do.
Oh, it's a burger.
That's as much as I get to do with my range.
Shit on it like it's Amber Heard.
Whoa.
Did you walk there?
Yeah, that would be a good poll, though. Who drools more? Press 1 in the chat for Basset Hounds. Press 2 for St. Bernard. Whoever you think is droolier.
I'm glad I haven't been paying attention. That's what I know.
I saw a picture
Right? No, yeah, Basset Hounds do have some pretty giant ears.
4 lines and a shot of whiskey or something, and it was like,
So do the Bloodhounds.
I just saw the headline of her.
Like the Basset Hound is like a
All I
short,
know is I'm really
stubbier
glad I haven't
version of a Bloodhound, basically. 4 ways to a limped pot.
Yeah.
King, queen, 6 of spade with 2 spades. And Colby has a spade draw. Luckbox has a gut shot. Dave has a gut shot. Colby makes it 25. Gets Jack 9 out of there. Dave gonna hang around with the over plus gut shot. And the turn is a card that I cannot see right now, and it is not scanned right now.
Amber Heard, she's an actor.
We will eventually know what it is.
7 checks. 8 bets. 50.
Colby is betting 50 from the look of it.
you're suing a poor person who has no money.
Yeah, I think,
She was a model too.
yeah, I think she's fine. But like at the end of the day,
It looks like an 8 of
two
clubs,
completely like out of this universe people.
which
Also, he's
does no
having
good
a
to
bat
anybody.
in public.
yeah, he's also suing because he feels like he's been blackballed from movies. Which
I think we're doing a little trickeration here. It's not the queen of clubs on the turn. That's an exposed. Or that's a burnt card that we put on the scanner to make the computer not be stupid. Colby's back up, the job done. The chat, now those of you who decided to vote have decided that the St. Bernard is the droolier of the two. Yeah, the Basset Hounds, yeah, they have the wrinkly, droopy faces. Yeah, that's all for sense. They're scent hounds. That's why everything's so floppy. Their ears, their faces. And like sort of similar to the Bloodhounds, like you'll see a lot of that. A lot of those attributes with them too. Like they're meant to use their noses, and they get carried away with their noses too. Like they smell something, they just off they go. Gotta keep it to look like that on a leash. They'll just smell something, they'll take off.
Memphis just fucking came back.
What a freaking comeback. Yeah, it's been 7 hearts not coming.
Do I have almost 200 likes? My phone is not keeping up with the likes.
I can't win without that one.
Oh, wow, 198 likes. That is so many likes. Thank you so much, guys. And we're so close to 200. Just 2 more likes and we'll get there. Tillman made it 45 with the ace-3 of hearts.
Because the competition is lower.
Dave called with the king-jack offsuit. Wesley calling with the suited gapper. Gio calling with, well, something that was suited. He will not want the hearts to get there. Jack 6 deuce is going to give Wesley middle pair. Dave has top pair, though, best hands. We check through, we get a 5 of spades on the turn. And now that does give Wesley a gut shot, if I'm not mistaken. Tillman also has a gut shot.
They're starting at
Dave makes it 75. Wesley bumping it up to 230.
It is. They're trying.
Second pair, bad kicker plus gut shot.
Viewers can hold them, which is fine. It's not going to work, but it's fine. But we're not. It's not like we're going to gobble up everybody else. I mean, we don't have enough stake. We don't have a high enough stake. Hustler will always kill
Does
us.
Dave do here?
As long as Hustler's running, we will get killed.
I mean, that 1-5-5 game kept it pretty good on that Monday.
The 5 improves exactly 4-3, but it's not likely that Wesley got here with 4-3.
Peaked at like 550.
Dave probably still good, but probably also considering what Wesley might do on the river here. And he is going to call. To the river we go, 645 in the middle.
Yeah, which is like...
River is a 9 of diamonds, so pair of jacks will be good. But that diamond drawer did come in, and Wesley may bluff, but Dave won't give him the chance. Dave is going to lead this river for $500. Interesting move here. You deny Wesley the chance to bluff. I wonder what he does if he gets jammed on. It's probably a bet folds if he's going to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we're...
And Dave is going to win with what was the best hands.
Yeah, no, we're going to be in third place.
Thank you so much for the likes, guys. Thanks for all the kind words. One of these days we'll get to 1 million likes.
Carolyn? No. Well, they're gonna do big games around this as well.
How does he get to
You'll
deal
see it.
Yeah, Beagles are escape artists too.
Even after all of that, we're going to be lucky.
Bulldogs, yeah, I believe Bulldogs are Julie. I don't really have personal experience with them. Crazy Calc, I don't know how to say that. This is a cash game we're watching. We do have a tournament final table every Saturday from Dallas. And if I'm really lucky, I'll be on it. I'll be up there on Saturday.
Thumbs are out. Just has to get close to the table.
This is a definition of race is 60.
Glad you're enjoying this, JRob420.
Help out with those cards.
9, 10, 4.
So Ben opened to 60 with the ace-queen suited, and Aaron decided to get frisky with the king-10 offsuit. Well, Ben, it's Jordan, damn it. I'm just reading the screen. It's Jordan. We're going to fix that. I swear we're going to fix that. Jack, Jack 3, couple of spades. Jordan still best. With the nut, or not the nut no pair, but the ace high. The really good ace high. 125 from AA Ron as he continues holding a couple of back doors. See what Jordan can do here. Jordan going to fold the best hand. He's going to turn it face up too. And Aaron going to turn it face up. Jordan got here. Not quite. You're enjoying the lower stakes, guys. Yeah, some people do find this a little bit more relatable. I mean, some of these numbers are just sort of ridiculous because
What are you going to do on that board?
it's just sort of weird. You know, like you're just piling in like 50K. It's not a thing that happens here too often, or at least not in games that we play. But you know what? Tuesday and Wednesday we do have the much bigger games, especially the Tuesday in Dallas. JRAP420 wondering about our streaming schedule. Mondays through Thursdays, we are on the air at 6 p.m. Central Time. Mondays and Thursdays, it's from Austin. Monday is like an uncapped 5-5 or 5-10, depending on the week. Thursdays, rather, we play 2-5 here in Austin. That's what you're watching right now. Tuesday's a really big game in Dallas. I think lately it's been 25-25-50. And then Wednesday in Dallas is typically 5-5-10.
All about mixing it up. It's all about mixing it up.
And we also stream on Saturdays. That's our weekly tournament final table from Dallas. And that gets on the air whenever the tournament gets the final table. That's usually later in the evening. So hit subscribe, turn those notifications on, and you'll find out each and every time we're on stream. Sometimes we throw in a Sunday show as well, usually from Dallas. I know we've had a few with the guys from Next Gen Poker. Shout out to those guys. Alice says, if you're watching, you're liking. That's right. That's just what our friend Racer Nerd always would say when he dropped by. I haven't seen him in a bit. But you know what? It's true. And this bomb pot has escalated to $25. Ace, King, Deuce with spades on the flop. We get a queen on the turn. Who has what? I just see oh, Tillman turns a set. He had top pair. And he's now turned third set with queens. We check through again. The deuce pairs on the river. Tillman with queens full of deuces. But no good because Dave has rivered quad deuces. Tillman's luck may have run out. Dave undoubtedly going to put in the raise here. Dave had bottom set. He's now turned quads. He's hit the one outer against Dave, or against Tillman rather. Dave going to raise it up. He just min-clicks it. He makes it 450. Yeah, if he knew what Tillman had, I imagine he would have gone bigger. Tillman's just going to call, holding third boat, which is the fourth notes. And now Dave lamenting the fact that he just went for the mid-click where he could have gotten a lot more out of those queens. Especially the way the action went there.
I really thought the mid-click was going to get him to lay it up.
If it was a set of aces, we would have heard from it by the time it got there. If it was a set of kings, we would have heard from him. Perhaps Dave was hoping for a repot from one of those hands, but again, I'm not sure how often we get there. There you go. We got a one-outer. J-Rob, thanks for turning those notifications on.
Jesse, I forgive you for all the bad hands. I had a feeling when I banked the set of twos, I was like, I don't think he's going to give me quad. And then it hit it on the river. I was like,
I got that feeling now too. Quads.
I was like checking all around.
Once a bit, I was like, he's got the
Now, Ragnar, if you look around the internet, there are definitely some poker players who have experimented with different substances. I'm not going to do something like that around here, but like I've definitely heard interviews where somebody would talk about all the different drugs they've played on. Again, I don't recommend playing on any sort of substance because it impairs your judgment.
Was that the last one, though?
There's only 4 on the entire set.
I think so. That was a long deal.
This is a game of making good decisions. Thanks for joining us, Rena. See you next time.
2 straight draws.
And if you believe that guy on Twitter, I mean, apparently Bryn Kenny's like making people do mushrooms and take frog poison, allegedly. So maybe he's one of the guys to ask. I have no experience with anything like that.
You remember last week? I was like, I'm leaving.
Except that I have seen every episode of Star Trek Discovery, which is about a ship that runs on mushrooms. So, does that count?
I ended the massage room. It was the worst massage.
Looks like we got the live 25 on. Luckbox is going to limp. Ludo's got an ace. He's going to just limp. And now we've got Jordan's name correct. He's going to check. I'm not going to run Burgundy the wrong name. 984, a couple of diamonds. So Luckbox with the open ender. Only player with a real meaningful holding here. And Luckbox gonna just get it through. Doesn't even have to get there. Jordan splashing a bunch of chips in with his straddle. So the rules with straddling here, straddling is allowed under the gun, and it has to be at least twice the big blinds, but you could put your entire stack in if you want. And if under the gun does choose to straddle, the player to their left is allowed to re-straddle. It has to be at least twice the previous straddle. And it goes on like that all the way around to the button. Looks like it was a live 40. Gio gonna limp his suited connector. Someone just getting out of the way. Jordan gonna pop it with the queen 10.
Just like if you can play a little more hands.
And the 7-6 will scamper off.
A little more room at the table.
You got to be ready for Jordan to do that.
My ideal is probably 6 or 7 hands at the table.
Nice full. Yeah, 6 is good.
Jordan unafraid to hit the raise button.
6 gets a lot. If you play with some aggressive players, though, and you're playing 6 hands, you're like,
Let's see if I can gamble again.
Oh, get a couple straddles in there, and then like under the gun is fucking cut off. You're like, oh, all right.
This is how we're doing it, huh?
As a mod, I feel like I should be able to gamble whenever the hell I want.
My man to the right.
Ooh, I got an 80.
Royce says, nope.
Luckbox with the king, queen of clubs, just gonna limp it. Should be raising that, and you know, you could have straddled. Everyone else is straddling. It's good for the game. And then you get to raise over a raise and a bunch of calls because you're in position. Instead, Colby's going to raise his pocket sixes. Made it 35. Tillman's going to call. Jordan's going to call, I think.
I was in Vegas.
All right, give me 2 cards out of them. I'll come in.
Which will invite Dave to call because, hey, he has suited cards. We're going to go 6 ways to the flop. Ludo's in there, too. He's like on the other ends of the graphic there. Queen, Jack, Deuce. I know people have queens. Luckbox has the best queen. Ludo has a less good queen. Luckbox ahead at the moment.
During the Rutgers Notre Dame game, like
Jordan with bottom pair.
the one that was an awesome double overtime, and people were leaving the poker room like, I can't play it anymore.
Luckbox continues for 60.
Because the line just kept
Ludo
shifting,
going
and
nowhere
it
with
kept
top pair.
Going back. It was wild. And the loudest cheers was, the loudest cheers when it got to 69, 69. People just lost.
And the turn brings the case queen. Ludo and Luckbox both making trips. Luckbox living up to his name, being luckier. This could get expensive. He's going to check. It's going to go check, check. 5 on the end.
Where we are done here. I know. This is only my. I played at the lodge the other
Goes
day.
for just 110. He gets snapped.
Tier 1, lodge 1, I watched some of the streams. And
This could have been such a larger pot. Very surprised nobody. Oh, you know, I'm surprised Royce didn't bet the trips. Ludo, I can kind of get behind checking back since he'll certainly not like if he gets action from what's often a better queen. Unlikely if there's a worse queen than queen 9. Ragnar, congrats on beating me. You've joined the ranks of most people I've played in tournaments with,
I thought based on TDA, it's just
especially lately. Like my pattern lately has been to be like one flip away from a meaningful stack in a meaningful spot, and then I lose the flip.
we went to and him with Jazz when they get into that mode of like, I'm about to do you.
Dave decided to limp with the chalk to a nuts, the jack deuce. Ludo's bumped it up with his ace.
Dave, you fold?
Aaron calling with his mystery hands. Dave turns away and has been reminded, hey, you still got a hand. And he calls. 8-3-3. We don't know of anybody who's really connected with this apart from the backdoor diamonds that don't improve. Dave now going to bet this turn. Will probably work out. I think if Aaron, well, what do I know? I was going to say if Aaron had something, we might have heard from it, but instead he's going to raise it up to 200. So perhaps there is a slow play going on here, or perhaps a diamond draw. Dave is not done yet. He's going to call. Are we sure he has the right hands here? No, he's 3-betted to 400. Apologies for the graphics. Aaron going to call. At this point, Aaron's got to have something. And the king will pair on the ends. Again, we don't know what Aaron has. This is either a really good river or a really bad river. If this was a 3, he'd stick to his stomach. If he didn't have a diamond draw, he'd stick to his stomach. He is going to put out a bet of 350. Just the third, betting into the player who 3-bet him on the turn. Either Dave's hands has been misscanned, or he's considering doing something very adventurous here. Dave folds. We don't know what Aaron had.
Trying to punk me.
At the very least, he had diamonds.
You limped a 3?
Very least, he had diamonds. More likely both. More likely like a full house, like a 3 or a king.
King alone saved you.
And now we're going to post that blinds for seat 4. This game is an auto post game. No such thing as missing a blind. Just like if you were in a tournament. You always get a hand. And you will get blinded out if you're not.
I love how we attribute it to the dealer, but we always do. We're always like, this fucking guy, man. It was Kristen yesterday. She
Dave limping in that 4-3 of diamonds from under the gun.
right into the felt.
And Jordan going to raise to 25. And Dave gonna call. And Dave flops a flush. Jordan's only hope was a backdoor royal that will not come in. Dave checks it over to Jordan, hoping to get a bluff out of him. And Jordan gonna go the full 100, twice the pot. Mission accomplished. To the river we go. Another ace. Flush good for Dave. I'm sure he's not loving that particular river.
Get wrecked.
And he does lead it though.
Can you read the comments?
Oh,
No, they,
Oh,
all
no.
nice things.
I see Dante in the background there.
you're buried.
As soon as he goes to the bathroom, what do they say?
Oh no! Comes out shaking. Rip Geo.
Baby straight, man.
Baby straight.
Better than my 1 ace.
Jordan looking very longly at what was a straight. He did have the straight to the queen there. Diamonds are there. Board is paired. This is a really awful board. And he folds the straight. Well done.
Show 1 ace. Show 1 ace. Prove it. Prove it. Fucking
How did I miss that he turned it straight?
flush.
Apologies for that.
Good.
Dave gonna show the flush. But I mean that straight was pretty trashy,
He didn't min click.
losing to any king and any flush,
Get the butt flush, dude. The butt flush is huge.
and the board pairs to boot.
Okay, the 3 is the effective nuts on that last board.
Yeah, you know what? We've been on for 3.5 hours. Maybe that's when I stop being able to read hands.
$350 bet, but I just didn't want to fucking buy into this shit.
Too bad there's no second screen that says, "Hey, idiot, he's got a straight."
10 high.
It's not like online poker where it reads the hand for you. Reminder that we do have a poll running about online poker right now. Pins at the chat.
Well, I wanted to make
If you want to take that survey, that would be appreciated.
We're gonna try it.
Ludo appreciating his ace jack of spades, making it $35.
Can't do it, man.
Dave's dominated ace calls, as
I had
does
a king. Let's
Colby's
be honest.
9-7. 6-4-4, not great for anybody.
But I had to let him sweat for a minute, you know. Let him think I had time.
The screen's off behind
Value
you.
me that 350 was way too valuable.
I kind of bet the half to bet the king. You check the 3 behind. Like you're gonna bet a 3. And if I ever do a 10 on, bet 325 and get you to fold, it's gonna be huge. But I didn't. I had a king 10. You're all in without cards.
Ludo's $80 bet does get a float from Dave, holding the 2 overs, but no backdoor.
Your stack would be more physically intimidating.
Use
if
of
you had more
clubs.
chips.
No, dude, he's all pink and black, dude. So that's
Pretty
pretty
bricky.
intimidating.
Dave checks. We'll see if Ludo follows through here. Betting with the best hands.
I tried to bluff a second time. That didn't work.
Those $200, the old value bluff.
Well, he ran into aces, so yeah.
When I had an ace,
Dave folds.
I couldn't. I
Ludo stacking some chips. The last time I saw Ludo play on this program, he had a pretty good night, and seems to be going that way again.
No, I know. I'd have folded too.
You taught me everything I know, Dante.
Yeah. I would definitely.
Oh, there we go.
You actually taught me how to do
Dante, I'm sure, looking to get a seat.
Is that what it's called?
What?
Is that what it's called?
I don't blame him.
The right
It's a good game.
I used to call like every straight. I get quoted all the time, and then Dante's like, what the fuck are you
I
doing?
get quartered. I get quartered every time. Straight out of Brooklyn.
Some 8s for Ludo now.
Dante.
Makes it 35. Jordan's made it 100. Definitely preferring raising over calling tonight.
Only person that's
Black box calling with his suited ace.
Yeah, you're friends with someone at the moment.
His flop goes at least 3 ways. Colby with the 7-5 suited. I don't think clubs are going to be hitting. See a lot of clubs in the muck right now. Ludo certainly going to call. Four ways we go, and ace, queen, deuce, and some spades that nobody has, because everyone's got clubs.
1-2-5 game that broke at like 10:30 and 1-3.
Black box is top pair, the best hand. Jordan
Some days
does
are
have the
better
gut
than
shot. Has to be reminded that
But yeah, I
he's
would say the most consistent 2-5.
got a hand. We check through.
Like, it runs
Six of
it.
diamonds
If it doesn't run here, it's something.
is going to not help anyone's cause.
We tried to make that stick. It hasn't stuck yet. I'm surprised. Give it another
Black
3
box
months.
going to
and
go
play
for some
it.
value now to
5-5
the
is
tune of
what-
110.
I know 1-3 here is a significantly bigger game than a true
Unlikely to get action.
Not more 2-5 games happening. Just in the city, it looks like.
Ludo with just third pair.
Is different than every other.
Jordan with just a gut shot. Black box going to
2-5 here
take it.
plays like 10-20 everywhere else. At least.
Jedi Master Ted opening a series of car washes to launder all the black market points.
Maybe 3K behind.
That's what you gotta do. You gotta stash them in Switzerland, or you gotta launder them somehow.
I think it's uncapped. Yeah. How many places really run 10-20? The Bellagio, the Wynn, and the Wynn. Aria runs some big games sometimes, and they're all uncapped, I think.
Better Call Saul finally came back the other day.
But here,
About time. It's been way too long.
Match the stack, like you're not gonna get that
Too
anymore.
bad it's the last season.
And we match the stack real quick. Start the table at 2-5. Literally every day here. Like, bar none, every day we open this table at like
Got wife 10, wife 20,
and everybody can match up to fucking
and
3K by
we have Ace King suited for Tillman, and we have Jacks for Jordan.
Is that rated or what? Thank you.
We've seen them battle before. We've seen a flip before for a lot of money, and we may see one again. Tillman going for the limp re-raise, and Jordan not liking that.
I think I wouldn't like it.
Tillman went for all of it.
I mean,
Tillman just ripped $2,800,
I could, no, I could
putting
slide.
Jordan in the
You're
grinder.
honest about the fact that I could, but I didn't.
Not
If I
wanting
told
to
you I
potentially
didn't,
get
I
blown off Ace King on the flop.
That's how you get 'em. Sounds good to me. Too many words.
Jordan
too many
gonna
negatives.
call.
It's like a quintuple negative. Fucking Dr. Seuss.
Effective stacks short enough. Okay, Jordan was playing like maybe 1,000 deep, so that shove was not so ridiculous actually. That's like 5 times the size of the pot, which is an okay shove pre-flop.
Like my whitey tighty.
Like as a 3-bet. So we're gonna have a flip here. Who you got?
Is it way better? You want some
Don't know how many times they're gonna run it.
Yeah, what are we doing? What do you want?
I'll take the shot.
We're running twice again?
I need 2 and 1 on the chop. No, pick a hand and I'll go the other way.
Anybody mark a king?
And then we chop on we
Graphics
push
gonna
on a chop.
get caught up as
Pick a
well.
hand.
The exact chip
I
count
got
for
that.
Jordan. Jesse gonna give us a board here. I see paint. I don't know what kind of paint it is. Looks like we got 2 boards. I see a king on the first board. I see an ace. What's that? Yeah, Melody telling me that the graphics are going to screw up. I do think that Tillman has won on both boards. I see Jordan's cards going into the muck. I see chips being pushed Tillman's way, so so Tillman is going to scoop there. I was able to see just enough of it. I saw the important cards. I think we're going to take a second here to get the computer on the same page.
I got 16.
Jordan perhaps taking his
You want it all or you want
bust out photo.
16? 15?
Carlos, if you have anything specific to say about the cameras,
Players check, slash streets.
we'd appreciate that feedback. This is all automated. Like, we press a button, whoever's action it's on, the computer puts that camera on.
Great.
Like, it's not like we have a director sitting back here cutting from one camera to the next. We just have one person. We have Melody, and she's doing a great job. She's got to push a bunch of buttons. Every single action the dealer calls out results in buttons getting pushed. Shout out to everybody working on this show. Melody, Seth, David, Kristen.
Bink, bink.
Second
Bink,
right in
bink.
the window to your thing. Oh, cool. Yeah, they're right.
So, hey, how's this for Power Hour, though? I mean, we've had a couple of big pots in this final hour of the show. Jack 9 for Tillman, who's having himself a nice night. He limps, and Luckbox just limps the king-queen.
I got it, Jordan.
Ace, King, Jack, all clubs. So the best hand right now is the pair of kings for Luckbox, but he's probably not feeling that great. 8 on the turn. Not changing a ton. You know, 4 of spades changing even less. King, queen going to be good, and we're just going to check it through.
King, nuts.
Luckboxing his way to a tiny little pot, but you know what? One of the small pots. One pot at a time. Ragnar is hoping that the St. Patrick's Day stream becomes a yearly affair. I didn't see much of that show. I was in Houston playing a tournament that night. I hear it was a doozy.
That sounds
You can watch this back in our archives on our TCH Live channel. All of our past shows are there. We also post highlights every now and then, as well as on the Best TCH Poker Hands channel. Aaron's made it 75 with ace queen.
Oh, that
We've had some
fucking
straddles
intimidating.
put on. Aaron just going to take down all 4 of the blinds. Poker Monkey, glad to hear that your cage guy, wherever you were playing, was diligent enough to get it right.
They do. It's in the alley. Behind the grease trap. Yeah.
Looks like it's a 2-5-50.
And he straddled that 50. That's what happened. It's 175. That's not an answerable.
Aaron makes it 175 with the ace of diamonds. And Dave, definitely thinking about it. King, Jack of hearts.
That the dealer can't say after the fact if it's a straddle or a raise.
After it's been made, he can just tell you what the action is to use.
In the Jordan.
See a lot of folding. I'm not sure who's defending here. Of course it's Jordan. What does Jordan have is the question. Wow, Tillman folded a better ace. Jordan with the Jack 10 of clubs, which is going to smash this flop, the open ender and the club draw. Aaron not holding a lot, though. That was check, check. Oh, that queen of diamonds. Aaron has the nut diamond draw, but Jordan has turned the nut straight. And we'll fire out $125. What does Aaron do here? I don't think it's a fold, especially getting that price with that draw. He is going to call. He's going to try to get there. Aaron needing a diamond. Aaron getting a red card, but not a diamond. Jordan's queen high straight is good. He'll go half pot, and Aaron is very likely to fold.
You have to have such a bad hand. How bad is your hand? Show me one really bad card and I might even think about it. Oh, I can't be that. I literally.
Jordan turns over the 10, and Aaron knows he's no good. And then Jordan turns over the Jack, where
I had ace high, man. I had ace high. I couldn't do anything.
that's a hand that definitely could have piled in there. If Aaron would have done something on the turn, Jordan had the nuts at that point, but it's a hand that Jordan would have been very happy to put money in on the flop.
This is like free money.
Poker Monkey, that was a TCH Dallas. Well, glad to hear the Cage staff is getting things right up there.
All right, Royce isn't going to have aces this hand. He said, if this fucking dude limps in or bets anything.
Profion, I see your message. Nice roll, Alice.
Man, you've
King Jack for Dave, making it $30.
Except for when you just donk jam your stack in with a pair of sixes. Well, yeah, of course you want me to fold, but then
Ludo is suited, and he is dominated, and he is 3-betting. Makes it 90. Tillman gonna cold call, I think, with that suited ace.
What are we gonna do?
Ace 9.
Lose? We're gonna lose against a straight, runner, straight.
Close spot for sure. Now Dave's gonna be invited along.
Nothing to be done against them.
And Dave gonna flop top pair. Easily the best hands right now. Looks like Dave has put out a bet and they both folded. As I'd expect. Rabbits don't have the bet yet.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Graphics say it was 140 and quick folds.
All right, well, good to see you, man. Later.
Seat open, live stream.
You know, Ragnar, I do think that the players that you're playing against do matter a great deal.
I do? Yeah. You got a very
There are definitely players that you're going to play tighter against, that you're going to play looser against.
Like, it's on the flop, like, I'm done.
An individual hand, has a significant component of like what the exact cards are, but over a long sample size, you could make better decisions than your opponents, and that's when you win money. Ace 3 of spades for Dave. Another limp. Ludo going to put in a raise with 6-3.
It's on me.
This guy just where are we going to have a flop? I imagine Dave calls here.
Blake doesn't get to sit here. He sold at least 3 seat already.
Graphics are a bit behind. I saw a raise to 55. Graphics may be off here. Dave did call. We're heads up to the flop. Jack 7-6 with just one spade. But Ludo out-flopping Dave. Bottom pair. 4 on the turn. We'll keep Ludo out ahead. Dave does pick up a gut shot here.
I'd be right.
Well, probably won't get that far though.
1 in 5.5.
Will makes it 75.
5.5, right?
Should have. Yeah. Well, 1 in 5.
21, 600. You have to put in 600 more. That's
So you
12, 33.
You count what you put in as well. I thought you only counted what was already in the pot.
What does it do?
If someone bets a pot size, man.
See, he's gonna peel again, and he's gonna get there. He's gonna make the straight.
I'll tell you.
But Ludo actually has the same straight. I get all excited about a chop.
Man, I'll pay you 50.
It's
not
late.
tell me I'm fucked.
They both have a 3.
Oh, it's a count. One a day. Fill it up in the morning.
Ludo gonna go full pot or slightly over pot. Dave gonna call, and we're gonna chop it up because they both have a 3.
Chop it up.
I'm a master at forgetting what people's kickers are.
Flush draw. Can we see the
Like, I'll remember that Ludo has a pair of 6s, but I will forget what his kicker is.
Optimize. How did you come up with that name, by the way?
Optimus
He's
Prime.
just a huge Transformers fan.
That would be Optimus Prime. I don't think it's Optimus. What's that?
Hopefully, I'm reporting that apparently somebody gave Phil Hellmuth the finger and he almost got in a fight. I'm going to have to check poker Twitter after the show.
Straddle 20.
Like, I'm like one scandal behind. Like, I know about the Msirovic allegations, I know about the Kenny allegations, but I don't know about Hellmuth almost getting into a fight. Where? How? Well, I assume him getting the finger is how, but
Has everybody been doing it?
Yeah, the whole night.
Are you going to do it next week?
I think a new player has joined us in seat number 8. I believe he's just been coaxed into putting on the 20.
He's the one that decided.
The word was given. I was told. I was told there'd be a straddle. You gonna let me sweat?
We need a round. We need a round of
Oh, well, we should just stick with it.
It is power hour.
Now we're going to raise it up to 6-3. Optimize, our new player. We've seen him many times. Just going to fold. And now we're going to show the 6 high.
It's like I know.
Ah, you bluffed me.
That's the
Hey,
night.
Ron.
6-3.
As we head towards the end here, down to the last 10 minutes or so. Thank you all again for watching. If you haven't hit like already, be sure and hit like on the way out. Hit subscribe if you want to find out when we're going to be on in the future. And take that survey if you're interested, pinned at the top of our chat about online poker. Because we want to know your opinions about online poker for some reason. All I know is that there's a survey. Also, if you're in Austin, be sure to join us for the WPT Steps tournament on Sunday.
Are you going to text me? Are you gonna blow
WPT main seat
Wait, who's going to blow who up?
up for the grabs. Same tournament Saturday at RGV.
He's trying to flirt with me.
And
Late, but
Chaparral Meetup game. Sunday, TCH Dallas, 2 o'clock.
He's got what?
I know. He won't be standing on the dock like 2 times now.
Get your mind up. My mind was all the way in there.
Jordan with the 5 deuce. See if he gets this through. Unbridled aggression. Optimized, though, with a much better 5. He's got ace-5. It is suited.
Those two? No, I agree. Concur.
Ace-9-4 is going to be top pair for Optimized. It's going to be a gut shot for Jordan. Optimized still ahead. Jordan needs a 3. $75 bet from Optimized. Jordan just going to fold here.
thing about joining late, you always get somebody sick.
You mean 31 years? Yeah. And then shut it down? Alright. At least you knew when.
People talking about the Mike Tyson airplane incident. Yeah.
Well, okay, I mean, but at the same time.
Yeah, Mike Tyson's not a guy that I want to mess with because, I mean, he could punch you in the face and it would hurt.
That doesn't sound ideal.
And he could bite your ear, as Melody points out.
Only 15 more minutes.
That was like one of the sports incidents of the late 90s, I feel like, the Mike Tyson ear bite.
We all have bad habits.
Agnarax, thanks for that sub.
Definitely all have
Get a limps pot going right now. Tillman's called the $20 straddle. Optimize and Wesley both pulling with ace-9. Gio with ace-7. Tillman flopping top pair with his king-queen. Pair of 7s for Gio.
You don't smoke anymore? You don't smoke?
I cut all my mics.
I would imagine maybe,
Okay. So what's your
it's on down there. You can look and see what it is.
You make a PG-13.
Tillman betting 45. Gio's got middle pair. I don't think he goes anywhere yet.
It's on TNT.
It's on TNT.
He does make the call. We will go to a turn. Jesse's going to give us a turn of the 3 of diamonds. Tillman's still ahead. Check, check. Deuce of clubs. King, queen, going to be best at showdown.
Dude, I'm proud of you.
Gio going to fire out here. Did Tillman just fold? Wow!
I still procrastinate. I still do it.
Gio bets river.
I don't know if
Didn't catch the sizing.
No, of course it is.
And Tillman folds the top pair.
Yeah.
Well, I'll follow.
Because
I'll
because
follow in line with you.
well because
The
they're
deuce didn't
like
really change
specific
anything.
games
It completed ace-5.
regularly.
I think it was a
Like,
bet of
oh,
about 70 or so.
eat, like I don't know, a pint of Haagen-Dazs or something. You know, and you
Assuming that hand was red right, I mean,
that could be like a habit.
I feel like you check turn to induce bluffs on the river. Perhaps Tillman looking to just lock up a win in these last few minutes here. So we have another 2, 5, 10, 20 hands. I'm being told that this is the third to last hand. Jordan calls the $20 straddle. Aaron going to make it more with ace queen, 150.
Tell me more about
Dominating Jordan's queen jack. Gio with a really lousy queen, gonna fold. Ludo folding the 6-3. Jack 7-7 on this flop. 2 diamonds. Jordan out flopping Aaron, pinning his jack. Aaron with a couple of back doors and a couple of overs.
Put that $100
Jordan puts out the 125, gets the call from Aaron. 5 of clubs does not help either player's cause. Jordan putting out the 175. Aaron, not a believer. Jordan taking advantage of his aggressive image. 3 of diamonds on the river. Does bring in the front door diamonds. 350. But from a player, action from a player as aggressive as Jordan, you could justify calling with a big ace here. Because he will just have random air balls sometimes, being as aggressive as he is. Aaron contemplating whether to call it off for roughly a third pot. kind of an inconvenient river. It does bring in the most obvious draw on the flop. He does fold. Jordan getting it done with the best hand. He does show the jack. He had it that time. Even the lunatics have it sometimes. Thanks for the sub, Frank Rizzo. Ragnar, thanks for that. Yeah, shout out to our dealers, Jesse, Joe, and Sal. Our production team, Melody, Seth, and David. A couple more hands here. And shout out to all of our players, all of our chatters. I'm being told actually this is the last hand. Melody with the fake out again. We have 2, 5, 10, 20. I think that's 125. He pulls one back, it is 100.
They did? Earlier? Yeah. I got on Monday.
Queen Jack suited for luck box.
Oh shit announced? Oh shit announced. Limp incoming?
Looks like just a call here.
I can't fucking do shit.
I got to at least make it 200 if I'm going to come in. Like, you're just inviting somebody to rip over you.
Gasoline, light that shit on fire, bro. Put that in your tank.
Roger, Nick, thanks for being here. J. Rob, great to have you. Over to Jordan. He's going to check his option. Jordan with the king 4 against Luckbox's queen jack of hearts. And I see a 4 on the flop, which will give Jordan bottom pair. His best hand gets better. Luckbox continues for 100. Jordan just folds. This show's going to end with Jordan folding a pair on the flop. Roy's going to show the bluff. Thanks again, everybody, for being here in the chat. Be sure and join us on Saturday for our tournament final table stream from Dallas. If you're in Dallas this weekend, definitely check out the Chat Pro Meetup game. Again, on behalf of all of our staff, our producers, I'm Wooly Mulati, the New York Kid, wishing you a great night. Thanks for watching. Hit like.
Let's keep the fun going.
After about an hour and a half.
Unless you want those players coming over here.
Sleepers are now fucking in play.
Sleepers are in play. We're making it 5-5.
5-5. You want any of these lights on, or can you get them all off?
Let's leave one and a quarter piece. No, leave that one. Leave that one on. That's fine. Unless you guys want it off. Let's kill. Yeah, kill that one. Top right. Top right. No, leave that one. Leave it. Well, fuck you. No, fuck you. No, 2. Otherwise, it gets real dark.
Yeah, I mean, that's
What are the bomb pots now?
25.
bomb pots are quarters, double board.
Double board quarters.
5-5?
And we want to peel
5-5.
every half hour.
5-5. Double board quarters, and we want a bomb pop button.
I don't have any more bomb buttons, but this will work.
All right, kill is in. Winner of this. No, let's